Great things are done by a series of small things brought together, isn't it? And so we all are here together to do some great things. A very good morning to everyone. I, Dr. Tanu Yadav, feels immense pleasure to welcome you all to the inaugural ceremony of this 2 days long international conference on multidisciplinary research and innovations in management, commerce, economics, women empowerment, education, pollution control, and environmental sustainability, being jointly organized by our college, SS Jain Subodh PG, Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Jaipur, which I proudly state is one of the finest and the oldest colleges of Pink City. And Inspira Research Association, which is a leading registered organization working for the promotion and advancement of research. I respectfully and cordially welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Rajiv Jain, who is a well-known educationist and administrator. Due to his busy schedule, he will join us shortly. On a humble request, Sir has been kind enough to let us proceed with the conference till the time he joins us. I feel honored to welcome our special guests, Professor Ramesh K. Arora and Professor Anshu Dandia. A guest of honor, Professor Nina Poida-Nosek from Ukraine and Enkleda Lulas from Europe, who have joined us through Zoom. Shri Vinod Lodaji, Joint Secretary, Subodh Shiksha Samiti, a convener, Sir Shri V.C. Dagaji, Conference Chairperson and Convener, Professor Renu Joshi, Conference Chairperson and Convener, Professor S.S. Modi, Sir, Conference Joint Conveners, Professor Anil Mehta and Professor Manvinder S. Pahwa, Vice Principal Ma'am and Conference Joint Convener, Dr. Indu Sharma, my dear colleagues, professors, academicians, lecturers, and researchers. It's a pleasure to welcome our resource persons, chairpersons, additional chairpersons, and our keynote speakers in the program who are uniquely placed to debate, discuss, and highlight the key points, trends, and reforms in the various fields for the audience. I also welcome our conference secretaries, Dr. Ravi Kant Modi, Dr. Swati Jain, and Dr. Ruchika Sharma. Conference Joint Secretaries, Dr. Aarti Chopra, Dr. Ashok Kumar, and Dr. Tek Chand Sharma. The members of the organizing committee and all the volunteers who have arranged such a beautiful program. I wholeheartedly welcome all the eminent dignitaries and delegates from various reputed institutions. Our culture and custom teach us to pray and thank Almighty for all the good things happening around and for all the blessings we have. So, before starting with the event, I would like to invite our dignitaries for the lighting of the lamp of Goddess Saraswati. Thank you, everyone. I request all the dignitaries to kindly take their place on the dais. In the recent times, the role of research and innovations in every field has become more challenging and demanding. The objective of this multidisciplinary conference is to gather leading academicians, scholars, and researchers to share their knowledge and new ideas, as well as to discuss current development in their respective fields. Events like this are of great importance in enhancing quality of researchers and academicians. Several important topics related to changes and practices in management, commerce, economics, women empowerment, education, pollution control, and environmental sustainability will be discussed during the course of various sessions. It will serve as a platform for participants to interact and learn from a range of national and international experts and specialists, and will dwell upon issues related to current development in teaching and learning, and much more. I'm sure that the deliberations in the conference will contribute in bringing about positive transformations in the mindset of academicians, scholars, and researchers through sharing knowledge and new ideas by academicians and industry experts. अतिथि सत्कार बिना हर अरदास अधूरी रहती है. अतिथि सत्कार बिना हर अरदास अधूरी होती है. अतिथि ही वो फरिश्ते हैं जिनके आने से हर आस पूरी होती है. We are so fortunate at that the eminent, worthy and great personalities have accepted our humble proposal to be a guest for today's program. ईश्वर ने भी कीमती रत्न गिनती के ही बनाए हैं. ईश्वर ने भी कीमती रत्न गिनती के ही बनाए हैं. उन रत्नों में से सबसे कीमती आज हमारे बीच आए हैं. These words feel so real when we have the honor to have such an intellectual personality like Professor Ramesh K. Arora, Chairman, Management Development Academy, and former Professor and Dean, Department of Public Administration, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, to grace us with his presence as a special guest for today's program. It's kind of you to take out time from your busy schedule to be here with us. Thank you so much, sir. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I request a convener, Sir, Shri V.C. Dagaji, to welcome our today's special guest, respected Professor Ramesh K. Arora, by presenting him a Upanna and a memento. I also request Conference Joint Convener Professor Anil Mehta to kindly present a gift to Professor Ramesh K. Arora. महक उठा ये घर आंगन, महक उठा ये घर आंगन, जब से आप पधारे हैं, ऐसा एहसास होता है जन्मों से आप हमारे हैं. We have the proud privilege to have with us another distinguished personality, Professor Anshu Dandia, Emeritus Scientist, UGC, BSR Faculty Fellow, Department of Chemistry, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, with us as a special guest for today's program. Thank you for sparing time to be with us, ma'am. We welcome you, ma'am. I request Principal Ma'am and Conference Chairperson and Convener, Professor Renu Joshi, to welcome our today's special guest, respected Professor Anshu Dandia, by presenting her a Upanna and a memento. I also request Vice Principal Ma'am and Conference Joint Convener, Dr. Indu Sharma, to kindly present a gift to Anshu Ma'am. How wrong it is for a woman to expect the man to build the world she wants, rather than to create it herself. And we actually have the pleasure of having such two great women with us. We are grateful to Professor Nina Poida Nosek, Doctor of Economic Science, Professor of Accounting and Audit Department, Ferenc Rakosi, Transcarpathian Hungarian College of Higher Education, Berogova, Ukraine, and Enkleda Lulas, Professor, University Hazi Zeka, Kosovo, Europe, for joining online with us as a guest of honor for the event today. The magnetism of your personality is such that we could feel the physical presence of both of you with us, and we are more than delighted with your presence. We heartily welcome you both. Thank you for being such an important part of the conference despite of being so busy. We also have Professor Chai Ching Tang from Thailand joining us through Zoom. We welcome you, sir. सुनकर कर दें अनसुना ऐसी इनकी आवाज नहीं, सुनकर कर दें अनसुना ऐसी इनकी आवाज नहीं, मिलकर भूल जाएं कोई ऐसा इनका अल्फाज नहीं, किसी महफिल में छुप जाएं ऐसे इनके अंदाज नहीं, सूरज से दमकते हैं ये किसी परिचय के मोहताज नहीं. इसी श्रृंखला में स्वागत करना चाहूंगी हमारे बीच पधारे और सामान्य अतिथियों का. We are honored to have a convener, Sir, Shri V.C. Dagaji, with us, a magnetic personality who is a source of constant motivation and renders us support always. Under Sir's guidance, the college has reached new heights of success. We heartily welcome you, Sir. I request Principal Ma'am and Conference Chairperson and Convener, Professor Renu Joshi, to welcome Shri V.C. Dagaji by presenting him a Upanna and a memento. I also request Conference Secretary Dr. Ravi Kant Modi to kindly present a gift to Dagaji. With much joy, I announce the presence of Professor S.S. Modiji, Conference Convener and President, IRA, former Head, Department of ABST, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, and past President, Indian Accounting Association with us. It's a pleasure to have you, sir. We welcome you, sir. I request Shri V.C. Dagaji, College Convener, to welcome Professor S.S. Modiji by presenting him a Upanna and a memento. I also request Principal Ma'am and Conference Chairperson and Convener, Professor Renu Joshi, to kindly present a gift to Modi, sir. It is said that if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you are a leader. A principal ma'am is one such leader. Please join me in behesting a very warm welcome to a respected principal ma'am, Professor Renu Joshi, a great and exceptional leader, managing us and the entire institution, a pillar of strength. Without her support, this event would not have been a reality. I wholeheartedly welcome Principal Ma'am. I request Conference Secretary Dr. Swati Jain to welcome Professor Renu Joshi by presenting her a Upanna and a memento. I also request Conference Joint Secretary Dr. Aarti Chopra to kindly present a gift to Renu Ma'am. I feel immense pleasure in welcoming Conference Joint Convener Professor Anil Mehta. Sir is Senior Vice President Inspira, Professor of Management, School of Legal Studies, Vanasthali Vidyapeeth. His areas of specialization is management and human resource management. He is a great personality with unmatched qualities. Thank you for being here with us, sir. Heartily welcome to you. We are also pleased to have with us Professor Gaurav Lodha from Manipal University, Professor Ashok Sharma, University of Rajasthan, and Dr. Mudit Gupta, Principal LBS College with us. Thank you for joining us. I'm pleased to welcome our Vice Principal Ma'am, Dr. Indu Sharma, a very dedicated educationist under whose supervision we learn and grow. One who renders us support at every stage. We welcome you, ma'am. Last but not the least, I also extend a very warm welcome to all the participants from various institutions, to my colleagues and dear friends. Now, I would request a respected Principal Ma'am and Conference Chairperson and Convener, Professor Renu Joshi Ma'am, to kindly give a welcome address on behalf of the college. Please, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, esteemed academicians, faculty members, research scholars, and my dear students. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the inaugural session of the International Conference in online and offline mode. I extend my heartiest welcome to our special guest, Professor Ramesh K. Arora, who is the chairman of Management Development Academy and former Dean, University of Rajasthan, Department of Public Administration. We heartily welcome you, sir, on this event. I warmly welcome Professor Anshu Dandia, Emeritus Scientist, Director, School of Science, President, Green Chemistry, and former Head of the Department of Chemistry. We heartily welcome you, ma'am. I heartily welcome Professor S.S. Modi Saab, President INSPRA and Chairperson and Convener of this international conference. We gladly welcome you, sir, on this occasion. I extend my heartfelt welcome to our very own convener, sir, Shri V.C. Daga Saab, who is our mentor and our source of inspiration. And so we warmly welcome our V.C. Daga sir on this event. I also welcome all the distinguished guests sitting on the sofas, Anil Mehta sir, Mudit ji, Gaurav Luda Saab, and all the dignitaries, and all the participants, faculty members from our institute and from the other institutes who are participating in this event. Under the guidance of S.S. Jain Subodh Shiksha Samiti visionaries, the college was incepted in year 1999. Till then, it progressed year after year, and now it becomes a prestigious institute, not only in the state, not on the national level, but internationally, it is an acclaimed institute. Our students brought laurels in academics, sports, and other fields. Every year, our students attain gold medals and merit position in the merit list of University of Rajasthan. The college is a trailblazer in the field of higher education. To expand the frontier of knowledge, research becomes priority in overall development of the pedagogy, learning, and policy formulation. Therefore, we together with INSPRA Research Associations, we are organizing 2 days international conference on multidisciplinary research and innovation in hybrid mode. The multidisciplinary theme of the conference is based on research and innovation, as we are aware that innovations are the product of quality research and also promotes the same. I believe research is a hard work and innovation is the success. The conference is testament of our shared commitment to advancing knowledge and fostering means of collaborations. I am glad to see so many experts, practitioners from India and abroad who have come together to discuss and interact on the research findings. On these 2 days, we will have the opportunity to listen to renowned speakers engaged in stimulating discussions and exchange ideas and best practices. I am confident that conference will serve an excellent platform to us, learn from each other, establish new connections, and explore innovative solutions to the challenges we face. In the capacity of chairperson and principal, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to our keynote speakers, session chairs, and all the delegates who are here with us today. Our participation and contribution to these events are invaluable, and we are honored to have you here. I also acknowledge the importance of the conference proceeding. The souvenir released during the ceremony will serve the valuable record of the research presented during this event. I hope that this will pave way further research and dialogue in the respective field. I also appreciate the effort organizing committee for their hard work, dedication in bringing this conference to fruition. Their tireless effort and commitment to excellence have ensured that this event is a resounding success. I encourage everyone to take full advantage of this unique opportunity, network, collaborate, learn with each other. Let us engage in lively and constructive discussion, share our experience and insights, and work together to make a lasting impact in our field. Once again, I welcome all to the international conference. I wish you all productive and enriching experience. I wish all the very best and grand success of this event. And thank you very much for participating in this event. Thanks a lot.
A principal like no other, a mentor like no other, a motivator like no other. Every word you speak comes with the power to change and transform them. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind and motivational words and the welcome address. It is said that the investment in knowledge pays the best interest. I strongly hope that these 2 days are going to be extremely knowledgeable for us. We also have with us Professor Mamta Jain, Chief Warden Girls, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur with us. We welcome you, ma'am. To throw a light on the proceedings of the conference and give a welcome address on behalf of INSPIRA Research Association, I request Professor S.S. Modiji, Conference Chairperson and Convener, and President IRA to step forward to give the welcome address and the conference preview. Sir, please.
A very good morning to the galaxy of academicians and researchers present with us in this international conference on multidisciplinary research and innovations in management, commerce, economics, women empowerment, education, pollution control, and environmental sustainability, being jointly organized by Association, Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya and INSPIRA Research Association-IRA Jaipur. I take an opportunity on this occasion to welcome each one of you in the capacity of conference chairperson and convener, as well as the president of INSPIRA Research Association. First of all, I would like to welcome the chief patrons, Sri N.R. Kothari, President, Sri R.C. Jain, Vice President, Sri S.S. Bothra, Honorary Secretary, and Sri Vinod Loda, Joint Secretary, S.S. Jain Subodh Shiksha Samiti Jaipur, and Sri V.C. Daga, Convener, S.S. Jain Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya Jaipur, for providing their consent for collaborating with us in this international conference. I take pride to heartily welcome our today's chief guest, Professor Dr. Rajiv Jain, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, who will join us shortly, a very calm and composed personality and a competent administrator who, in spite of being a very busy schedule, will manage to grace the occasion with his majestic presence. I also like to especially greet Madam Dr. Renu Joshi, Principal S.S. Jain Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya and Conference Chairperson and Convener, who has been here consistently with us right from inception stage of this conference to the actual event. I also welcome Professor Dr. Anil Mehta, Senior Vice President, INSPIRA Research Association IRA, and Dr. Indu Sharma, Vice Principal, S.S. Jain Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya, who are the joint conference conveners, for their consistent support for the conference. To add the elegance and worth to the conference, we have special guests, Professor Dr. Ramesh K. Arora, Chairman, Management Development Academy, Jaipur, and Professor Dr. Anshu Dandia, Department of Chemistry, University of Rajasthan, with us. I wholeheartedly welcome them in this international conference. I feel privileged to welcome our guests of honor, Professor Nina Poida from Ukraine and Professor Lujaj from Europe, who have joined us through technical inventions for ensuring their presence. Also, Professor Dr. Chai Ching Ten from Thailand, to make this mega academic event more valuable and memorable. I wholeheartedly welcome the resource persons for all the 4 sessions. The sessions will be chaired by Professor Dr. Anil Mehta, Professor Dr. Mathureshwar Parikh, Professor Dr. K.K. Sharma, and Professor Dr. N.D. Mathur, and guests, Professor Mamta Jain, Dr. Mudit Gupta, and Dr. Krishna Mohan. The sessions will be additionally chaired by Professor Gaurav Lodha, Professor Vijay Singh Rathod, Professor Mamta Jain, Dr. Seema Srivastava, Professor Mahesh C. Sharma, Professor Ashok Sharma, and Professor K. Goyal. I welcome them all. I also wish to welcome our learned keynote speakers for all the sessions who would enlighten and ignite the minds of the researchers. They are Professor Chai Ching Ten, Thailand, CMA Professor Kinari Thakkar, Mumbai, Dr. Meghna Chhabra, New Delhi, and Dr. Manisha Kaushik, Jaipur. I heartily welcome the whole organizing team, core members, all committee members of Association Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya and INSPRA Research Association, in particular, the conference secretaries, Dr. Ravikant Modi, Dr. Swati Jain, Dr. Ruchika Sharma, and Dr. Aarti Chopra. I am happy to share that INSPRA Research Association is a leading registered research organization working relentlessly since 2011 for research advancement and development. It provides support, services, and platform to professionals and researchers around the world. It provides opportunities to academicians, researchers, and scholars to meet in person and share their research work with each other on the common forum. Moreover, IRA provides publication opportunities to the academic fraternity through its reputed national and international peer-reviewed refereed journals with high impact factors. IRA kept organizing national and international conferences, FDPs, MDPs, and workshops till 2019 regularly on physical mode. When COVID had hit the world in 2020, we decided that the learning should not stop. Thus, within 2 months of COVID entering the nation, we were all set with taking all our programs online with best technological interventions. After we started with the physical mode, how would we exclude our international friends? So our experiment with hybrid mode was a great success. It becomes much more feasible for the delegates to join us from the different time zones in hybrid conference. The best part about these programs is that the recording of the whole program is available on the YouTube channel of INSPRA Research Association, IRA, that may be watched anytime later also. The response to this conference on hybrid mode was quite encouraging. Participants from all across the nation and the other parts of the world have participating and will be joining either physically or online. I welcome all the participants wholeheartedly. International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Innovations, ICMRI 2023, provides the opportunity to connect authors' ideas to be shared in the name for the betterment of society and humanity. The conference will feature globally renowned speakers and delegates from academia, research centers, and industry to share insights and disseminate research findings, especially related to management, commerce, economics, women empowerment, education, pollution control, and environmental sustainability, and any other fields. The conference will provide an international platform for the exchange of knowledge and expertise in relevant fields and promote exploration of potential collaboration for future research. ICMRI is an exclusive gathering of all academicians, researchers, administrators, and scholar students who are interested in the creation, exchange, and dissemination of new ideas, knowledge for the use of technology and research results. Innovation is rarely the result of a solo act. Indeed, innovation-led organizations are increasingly employing multidisciplinary teams in order to address the most intractable problems. Consequently, universities have developed programs of study in which students can learn in multidisciplinary teams. However, because uptake in innovation, as measured through patent citations to scientific articles, remains a relatively rare phenomena, multidisciplinary research is not an effective predictor of an individual article being useful to innovation. Science is experimental, and the innovation outcome of an individual project cannot be guaranteed ahead of the merely through the extent of disciplinary mixing among the participating researchers. Today, on day one, that is on 27th February, there will be 2 technical sessions. First technical session would be on research and innovations in management, commerce, and information technology. Second would be on research and innovations in economics, women empowerment and education. On day 2, that is on 28th February, tomorrow, there will be again 2 technical sessions. Technical session 3rd would be on research and innovations in pollution control, environmental sustainability and applied sciences. Technical session 4th would be on research and innovations in humanities and social sciences. The conference will reach to its conclusion with the valedictory session after the technical sessions 3rd and 4th. The chief guest for the valedictory will be Professor Dr. R.L. Godara from University of Chennai. The valedictory program will be graced by our special guest, Professor Dr. J.P. Yadav, acting VC, Agriculture University, and former VC, Matsya University, Alwar. Professor Dr. Abhay Upadhyay, Dean, Head, Principal, Commerce, Faculty, University of Rajasthan, and guests of honors, Professor Dr. Anil Kumar is from, formerly from Sri Ram College of Commerce and presently from University of Delhi, Department of Economics, and Pastor Argulas from Philippines, and Dr. Snigdha Sharma, former Principal Government College, Jaipur. I welcome to all the dignitaries. In valedictory session, 3 best paper presentation awards for each session will be awarded to appreciate and encourage the young researchers. Moreover, Inspira Academic Excellence Awards to recognize the eminent work in the field of academics, administration, and research will be announced. These awards are based on the academic achievements of the nominees in the past 3 years. This would fulfill the real objective of our organization, that is to identify and motivate the personalities performing best in their respective fields. It is my profound wish and anticipation that you all will have highly enriching experience through this conference. This conference would leave a positive mark in your academic journey. My best wishes to everyone once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the clear vision and manifesto of the conference. Our special guest, Professor Anshu Dandia, is Emeritus Scientist and President, Green Chemistry, New Work Center, Rajasthan. Ma'am also has to her credit important post of former head, Department of Chemistry, Director, PG School of Physical Science, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Ma'am is the founder and director of Tree Nano Technologies, director at NISA Solutions Private Limited, fellow at Royal Society of Chemistry, England. Ma'am was also former Vice President, Indian Chemical Society, Kolkata. Ma'am is a dynamic person with unquestionable abilities. Now I request our special guest, Professor Anshu Dandia, to address the gathering. Please, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much for kind words of introduction. अपनी एक जमीन, अपना एक आकाश पैदा कर, तू अपने लिए एक नया इतिहास पैदा कर, मांगने से कम मिली है खुशी, तू अपने कदम पर विश्वास पैदा कर. Inspired by these words, it is very difficult for me to speak in front of such a legendary speakers and the August gathering. Our chief guest, visionary Professor, Vice Chancellor Professor Rajiv Jain, although he will join somewhat later, and शब्दों और आवाज के जादूगर Professor Ramesh Arora साहब, सुबोध शिक्षा समिति के जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी श्री लोडा साहब, प्रेसिडेंट इंस्पिरा रिसर्च एसोसिएशन प्रोफेसर मोदी साहब, महिला महाविद्यालय की एनर्जेटिक and very enthusiastic principal, Dr. Renu Joshi, very legendary, this means gathering is here. I must acknowledge the Professor Anil Mehta Sahab, Professor Mudit Gupta, Professor Ashok Sharma, Professor Gaurav Leuda, and so many very active, energetic women are here. So I must congratulate them for organizing such a very interesting event. So good morning, everybody. It is a matter of immense pleasure and honor to speak here in front of three majestic parts of the soul of India. First, the captains of Now Bharat, the youngsters, हमारे सामने बैठे हैं, the creators of the nation, the teachers, and symbol of economic strength, our industry delegates in this international conference. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee and whole team of Subodh Shiksha Samiti and Subodh PG Mahavidyalaya for planning such a unique academic event incorporating highly diverse fields. It is really a different task and akin to trying to fit the ocean into the jug. गागर में सागर भरने का प्रयास जो आपने किया है, उसके लिए निश्चय ही आप बधाई के पात्र हैं. So please give them a huge round of applause for this commendable effort. Wide variety of the topics are there, but being a chemist, it is my sincere responsibility to talk particularly about the environmental concern and spread the general awareness about the importance of preservation of environment while achieving the goal of holistic development. Please note down, we have to preserve the environment, but we have to achieve the goal of the holistic development, and the energy level and enthusiasm of the gathering present here proves that we will play our important role in this direction. Out of 8.7 million species of plants and animals in the world, we, the humans, we are the only species that has the will to choose and strike a balance between the technology and the environment. And consequences of choices have led to the tremendous technological advancement over the centuries. But the lack of a long-term and sustainable agenda made these choices result in major planetary crises. Unsustainable consumption and production by the humans are the key drivers for three major catastrophic planetary crises: pollution and waste, climate change, and biodiversity losses. Traditionally, we have relied on the materials such as the coal, oil, and even the kerosene to provide us with the energy what we need. But however, these fuels are non-renewable and expel pollution into our environment and atmosphere, causing the threatening issues, including the global warming. It is well said, every problem has the solution. So chemistry, which is the mother of all sciences, and there is nothing without the chemistry or the chemicals. I can challenge the gathering present here that can you suggest me a single thing which is known to us is not chemical or it is not made up of the elements, small elements. Even the Royal Society of the Chemistry has declared the $1 billion prize for suggesting a single thing in this word which is not chemical, not involving the chemistry. So solution to this environmental related problem is also in the hands of chemistry. The chemists have given the society such a wonderful gift in the form of green chemistry, which tells us how to avoid an accident before it happens. Green chemistry is simply the design of the chemical products and the processes without using hazardous substances or techniques. We should follow the basic principles of the green chemistry in practical forms, which are entirely dedicated to the sustainable development in environmentally benign way. Moreover, it provides many non-conventional energy sources, the green energy technologies for general and also for industrial use. Green energy provides the highest environmental benefit and includes power produced by solar, wind, geothermal, biogas, low impact hydroelectric, and certain eligible biomass sources. But the improvement of these renewable energy system is necessary to compete against the fossil fuels, and the nanotechnology could provide the solution to the most important problem, that is the low efficiency of these systems, and which can be improved by the use of nanomaterials. Moreover, the reduced size of energy systems would allow the production of lighter and portable devices. And all in all, the nanotechnology has the potential to change the fate of these renewable energy systems for the betterment of mankind. This era is a peak time of nanotechnology. Everywhere we are listening only the word nano all around. Nano medicine, nano devices, nano catalyst, nano car, etc., long list. However, the scientific community is now going to make inventions fruitful at a size level is smaller than nano. It is the atomic size. The day is not far when all of you will fold your laptops like a handkerchief and put it in your pocket. Everything is possible, but the thing that we have to remain in mind is we don't need to overtake the environment. We have to take care of it and be with it. Although both the state and the central governments are supporting the use of green energy techniques in daily life and provide subsidy and other assistance, but we cannot just leave it all up to the government. All of the society action is needed to solve all of the society problem. Society, government, and the business or market, which means Samaj, Sarkar, and Bazaar, need to work in a comprehensive and integrated way. We have to set up measurable goals with high degree of the commitment in each area and monitor the progress on the regular basis. We need to adopt green and sustainable chemistries that are proportionate with circular economies rather than the linear economies, do more with the less, and abide with the UN Sustainable Development Goals in order to achieve a sustainable 21st century. I'm very happy to share that we are leading the Green Chemistry Network Center in Rajasthan in association with the oldest and the most prestigious body, Royal Society of the Chemistry, England, a distinguished organization that works to put green chemistry goals into the action. We are trying to spread awareness of green chemistry at the grassroots level. And I have full faith that we will get support and the participation from Subodh Shiksha Sansthan and also from the Inspira that I came to know about this, which is working in the field of the research and the innovation. And Subodh Shiksha Sansthan, which is famous in the academic field in this unique effort which we are doing. Last but not the least, my simple approach about the green chemistry is doing the right chemistry that is better for me, for you, our environment, our planet, and our future generations. If we are known by our future generations, not just for technological advancements, but for turning the tides against these planetary crises, it is worth working toward the sustainability agenda. Education will play important role from both very early years, but also a recognition that for the need of reskilling and upskilling. I once again congratulate you to get the salience of this agenda, and I wish you a huge success at this conference. आओ आज मुश्किलों को हराते हैं, आओ आज मुश्किलों को हराते हैं, चलो आज दिन भर मुस्कुराते हैं। आज जरूरत मरने की नहीं, जीने की है, वतन के लिए कुछ अलग करने की है, कुछ तुम संभालो, कुछ हम संभालेंगे। आज जरूरत इस धरा को सहेजने की है, इस धरा को सहेजने की है। थैंक यू सो मच।
महफिल से उठना है तो थोड़ा सोच समझ कर उठना, महफिल से उठना है तो थोड़ा सोच समझ कर उठना। आज हमारे दिल के अजीज आए हुए हैं, देनी है उन्हें कोई सौगात तो तालियों से सम्मान देना, वो बेशकीमती हुनर की दौलत पाए हुए हैं। Such was Anshu Ma'am's address. We are grateful to Professor Anshu Dandia for addressing our audience and for enlightening us with her thought-provoking address. A special guest, Professor Ramesh K. Arora, is the chairman of Management Development Academy and former professor and dean, Department of Public Administration, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Sir has received many national and international awards and has lectured in the US, UK, Germany, Malaysia, Thailand, Pakistan, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and South Africa. His bestsellers include Time Management for Happiness and Success, Art of Leadership, Gift of Happiness, Vijay Vyaktitva, Shresht Vyavhar Ki Shresht Kala, and Khushi Ki Kala. His YouTube channel focuses on positive thinking, positive living, leadership, motivation, self-confidence, eminent personalities, human values, and aims at making the members of the YouTube family happy and successful. I request Sir to kindly come forward and energize us with his inaugural address. Please, Sir.
आप सबको बहुत बहुत नमस्कार, और आप सबको भी जो आगे हैं पीछे हैं सबको आई एम सो डिलाइटेड। विश्व की जो सबसे विशाल सेमिनार्स हो सकती हैं उनमें से आज एक है। इतने सब्जेक्ट्स मैंने गिने, अभी 103 सब्जेक्ट पर बातचीत होगी, और 93 लोग तो एडवाइजरी कमेटी में हैं और ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी में 16 हैं। मतलब गजब है, इतना काम करना कितना कठिन हो जाता है। मोदी साहब, मैडम, ईश्वर करे ये सफल हो बहुत ज्यादा, पर इसके बाद भी पब्लिकेशन वगैरह का जरूर ध्यान रखिएगा, जिससे कि सब लोगों को फायदा हो आगे जा करके। मैं बड़ा अचंभित था कि मैं करूं तो क्या करूं, क्योंकि सब्जेक्ट दिया नहीं। मोदी साहब ने कहा आप कुछ भी बोल दीजिए कुछ भी बोलो तो लोग, फिर अगर मैं कुछ बोलूंगा तो फिर लोग कुछ भी बोलेंगे वो नहीं चलेगा। फिर मैंने अंशु से बात की, अंशु रानी मैं क्या करूं, इसने कहा आप मैनेजमेंट पे बोलिए। तो मैंने कहा चलो फिर मैनेजमेंट पे बात करेंगे, क्योंकि आज मैनेजमेंट के ही प्रोफेसर हैं काफी ज्यादा यहाँ पर। तो एक बार रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर से किसी ने पूछा कि सर हम मैनेजमेंट किससे सीखें। टैगोर ने जवाब दिया, गृहिणी पौना, अर्थात गृहिणी के स्टाइल से, हाउसवाइफ के स्टाइल से सीखो। कैसे घर चलाती है, मसाले भी हैं, चीनी भी है, चाय भी है, दूध भी है, नौकरों पर कंट्रोल, पति पर कंट्रोल, बच्चों पर कंट्रोल, सारा इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस और सारा कम्युनिटी रिलेशनशिप। और माय गॉड, इट इज रियली अमेजिंग द वर्क डन बाय वन लेडी एट होम, और इसलिए सीखना चाहिए। और बहुत अच्छा पॉइंट है। मैंने इस पर एक मिनट का वीडियो भी बनाया था। मैं ये निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि यदि वास्तव में हिंदुस्तान को एक महाशक्ति बनना है तो उसको प्रबंधन के क्षेत्र में, प्रशासन के क्षेत्र में निश्चित रूप से अद्वितीय कार्य करना पड़ेगा। हम लोग बहुत पीछे हैं। देयर इज अ गवर्नेंस लैग, मैनेजमेंट लैग। मजे की बात तो ये कि मैनेजमेंट वर्ड जो बड़ा मजेदार है, एमबीए की डिग्री वाले लोगों को मैनेजमेंट मैनेजमेंट का एक्सपर्ट कहा जाता है, और एमबीए की डिग्री में मैनेजमेंट वर्ड ही नहीं है। मास्टर्स इन बिजनेस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन मैनेजमेंट इसलिए एक ही है। इसलिए मेरे कुछ पॉइंट्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के, कुछ मैनेजमेंट के, दोनों के होंगे, और शायद कुछ बातें जो हैं आपको प्रासंगिक लगेंगी। मेरा उद्देश्य नहीं कि मैं आपको ये बताऊं कि मैनेजमेंट के प्रिंसिपल्स क्या है। मेरा उद्देश्य है कि मैं बताऊं कि आप जिंदगी में यदि अपने आप को बस में करना चाहते हैं तो अपने प्रबंधन कीजिए, आत्म प्रबंधन कीजिए, हैव सेल्फ मैनेजमेंट। पहली बात तो मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि यदि किसी देश में कोई भी विकास होता है तो उसके लिए डिपेंड करता है पीपल हु बिकम सुपीरियर। सुपीरियर किस तरह के? जो कि अपने क्षमताओं के निरंतर अभिवृद्धि के लिए प्रयत्न करें, दे आर कॉल्ड सुपीरियर। जो संतुष्ट हैं उनका पतन हो जाता है। इसलिए अरविंद घोष ने कहा था कि यदि किसी समाज या व्यक्ति को आगे बढ़ना है, संगठन को आगे बढ़ना है, तो उसको एक रचनात्मक संतोष अपने मन में आत्मसात करना होगा, पॉजिटिव डिसकंटेंटमेंट। कहने को तो कहते हैं जब आवे संतोष धन सब धन धूरी समान, पर वो संतोष धन जो है उसकी बात करें, गोधन गजधन बाजी धन और रतन धन खान, वो संतोष नहीं। मुझे आत्मिक उपलब्धि के माध्यम से यदि ये लगता है कि मैंने सब कुछ पा लिया, अब तो जिंदगी में बस आराम ही करना है, तो वो मृत्यु के समान है ऐसा संतोष। और हम बुरा नहीं मानिएगा, बहुत जल्दी संतुष्ट हो जाते हैं इस समाज में। अच्छी पोस्ट मिली, कोई धन मिल गया, एक मकान बन गया, अच्छी कार बन गई, अच्छा रेवरेटर बन गया, बच्चे बाहर पढ़ने चले गए, समाज कुछ क्लब्स के मेंबर बन गए, सब नाम हो गया, तालियां बज गईं। I mean, that only leads to rather decay in the overall intellectual and spiritual development of a person. असंतोष ही जीवन में प्रगति का मुख्य कारक होता है। और इसलिए हर व्यक्ति को अपने प्रबंधन के क्षेत्र में सबसे बड़ी आत्म प्रबंधन जो करना चाहिए, उसमें अपने आप को निरंतर विकसित करने की चेष्टा करनी चाहिए। मेरा पहला बिंदु यह है कि यदि आप चाहते हैं कि इस देश का विकास हो, तो आप मानकर चलिए, जो कि एक छोटी सी घटना से स्पष्ट होता है। चीन का एक राजा था जो बहुत अधिक प्रभावी था, किंतु साथ ही में क्रोधी भी था, दंभी भी था। मुझे सबसे बड़ी चीज जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग डिफेक्ट सारी सिविलाइजेशन में लगती है कि जो ही व्यक्ति बड़ा हो जाता है उसमें अहंकार आ जाता है। बिग और ग्रेट का फर्क क्या है? ए बिग मैन मेक्स यू फील स्मॉल। बड़े लोगों के सामने जाइए, अपने आप को छोटा महसूस करना पड़ता है। सर सर सर, हमें लैम बनना पड़ता है शेर के सामने, चाहे वो वाइस चांसलर हो, चाहे वो डायरेक्टर हो, चाहे वो बड़े भारी बिजनेसमैन हो। They feel as if they are superior. I mean, who made them superior? God and the parents. Humility होनी चाहिए। असली इंसान वो है जो जिंदगी में 1000 बार, 5 बार, 10 बार थैंक्स और ग्रेटिट्यूड ही बोले, बस धन्यवाद। सिर्फ शुक्रवार को ही शुक्र नहीं करना चाहिए, रोज ही शुक्रवार होना चाहिए। मैं ये निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि उस चीन के राजा को मन में आया कि कन्फ्यूशियस महान संत आया। कन्फ्यूशियस कब के थे? जब भगवान महावीर, भगवान बुद्ध, अरिस्टोटल, सोक्रेटिस, प्लेटो और मार्कस ऑरेलियस जैसे लोग उस काल के थे। तो वो सम्राट जो कि काफी अधिक प्रभावी था, शक्तिशाली था, किंतु दंभी और अहंकारी भी था, कन्फ्यूशियस के पास गया। राजन बोलता है, राजन आइए। राजन बोलते हैं, कहते हैं, हे संत, मुझे ये बताओ चीन पर शासन कैसे करूं? तुरंत जवाब दिया कन्फ्यूशियस ने, राजन पहले अपने ऊपर शासन करना सीख, पर चीन की बात बंद करना। इफ यू कांट कंट्रोल योरसेल्फ, यू कांट कंट्रोल एनीथिंग। तो पहली चीज तो यह है कि हमें अपने जीवन में अपने स्वयं की भावनाओं, अपने शब्दों, अपने कृत्यों, अपने मूल्यों पर नियंत्रण करना चाहिए। आई शुड टेक चार्ज ऑफ माई लाइफ। हवा के सूखे पत्ते की जिस प्रकार हवा जिस तरह से सूखे पत्ते को यहां से वहां फेंक देती है, हमें वैसा नहीं बनना है। आई शुड बी मास्टर ऑफ माई सेल्फ, एंड दैट इज लीडरशिप। लीडर इज वन पर्सन हु फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल लीड्स हिमसेल्फ। अपने आप को नियंत्रित करने वाला, अपने आप को प्रेरित करने वाला, अभिप्रेरित करने वाला, वो व्यक्ति जो होता है लीडर होता है। हमें ऐसे लीडर सब चाहिए जिनको जिंदगी में एक जबरदस्त, जिनके मन में हुक हो, जिनके मन में एक मिशन हो, जिनके मन में ये हो कि मुझे बनना है। अब्राहम लिंकन गरीब परिवार का था। आप देखिए, सड़क पर बैठकर, और वो सड़क के लैंप के नीचे बैठकर पढ़ाई करता था। किस तरह से उसको लॉ करनी थी, तो नदी पार करके एक जज के पास गया जो कि रिटायर्ड था। कहा, मैं आपकी सारी किताबें पढ़ना चाहता हूं, आपकी पूरी सेवा करूंगा। बर्तन मांजता था, सफाई करता था, खाना बनाता था, और सारी किताबें उसने लॉ की पढ़ डाली। महान वकील बना। मतलब उससे पूछा गया कि आपकी प्रेरणा का रहस्य क्या है, आप इतने महान कैसे बने? उसने कहा, बताऊं, मैं बहुत गरीब था, मेरी मां बहुत जल्दी बीमार हो गई और वो मृत्यु के कगार पर थी। मैं देख रहा था मेरी मां जा रही है दुनिया से। मैं बालक था, मेरी मां ने मेरा हाथ अपने हाथ में रखा। मेरा बचपन का नाम एब था, एबी। उसे कहा, बेटे पास आओ, और मेरे कानों में उसने एक तरह से फुसफुसाया, एब बी समथिंग, कुछ बनना। बस ये 2 शब्द, एब बी समथिंग, ये मेरी जिंदगी में मेरी प्रेरणा के आधार हैं। वी शुड ऑल्सो ट्राई टू बिकम समथिंग। हम प्रॉब्लम ये है सारी कि हम छोटी छोटी सफलताओं से बहुत खुश हो जाते हैं, आनंदित हो जाते हैं। हमें बड़ी सफलताएं चाहिए, कम से कम उसके लिए अभिप्रेरणा चाहिए, अभीप्सा चाहिए। चाहे हम सफल हो जाए उसकी चिंता नहीं है, बट फेलियर इज नॉट ए क्राइम, बट लो एम इज ए क्राइम। एंड आई एम सॉरी टू से, मोस्ट ऑफ अस आर वेरी हैप्पी विद लो एम्स एंड गेटिंग अचीवमेंट्स एंड नेम एंड फेम एंड तालियां। मैं कई बार सोचता हूँ कि सरस्वती माता के सामने पुष्प मालाना और सारा कुछ करना बड़ी अच्छी बात है, पर सरस्वती माँ से पूछिए, वो कहती कि हर क्षण ज्ञान को अपने स्वयं के व्यक्तित्व में आत्मसात करो। हर क्षण ज्ञान का क्षण है। पहले तो लक्ष्मी और कहते हैं लक्ष्मी और सरस्वती की लड़ाई है, जो लोग धन कमाते हैं वो सरस्वती के पास नहीं जा सकते, सरस्वती वाले धन नहीं कमा सकते। गलत हो गया। अब जिसके पास ज्ञान है उसके पास धन भी है, संपन्नता भी है। लक्ष्मी अपनी बड़ी बहन सरस्वती के साथ ही रहती है, दे आर टुगेदर। एक दो लोग मोबाइल देख रहे हैं, प्लीज मत देखिएगा। मेरी रिक्वेस्ट ये है कि आप दूसरा पॉइंट क्या है मेरा? दूसरा पॉइंट ये है कि हमें, जैसा कि अंशु जी ने कहा, गोल्स पर बल दो। एक होता है विजन, एक होता है मिशन, तीसरी चीज होती है एम्बिशन। वी शुड हैव गोल्स विच आर प्रैक्टिकल बट हायर। मोर डिफिकल्ट गोल्स होने चाहिए, ऑर्डिनरी सिंपल गोल्स नहीं होने चाहिए। अर्थात यदि मान लीजिए मेरा गोल ये है और मेरी अचीवमेंट यहाँ है, तो ये बड़ा गैप है ना, दिस विल लीड टू फ्रस्ट्रेशन। बट ग्रेजुअली अगर मैं यहाँ पहुंचने वाला हूं, फिर ऊपर कर लूं, फिर ऊपर कर लूं, तो ये गैप जो है मोटिवेशन हो जाता है। और हमारे गोल्स जो हैं वो होने चाहिए अकॉर्डिंग टू टाइम, अकॉर्डिंग टू अवर कैपेसिटी, अकॉर्डिंग कैपेसिटी ऑफ अवर पीपल। पर कुछ कठिनाई होनी चाहिए उनको अचीवमेंट करने में, तब तो जिंदगी मजा भी है। छोटे गोल से देखो फायदा नहीं होता। और इसलिए मैं ये निवेदन कर रहा हूं कि जिंदगी में जो एक असंतोष का भाव होता है, ये सात्विक असंतोष है, और उसको पूरा करने के लिए हमें एक प्लान बनानी पड़ती है, प्लान ऑफ एक्शन। और प्लान ऑफ एक्शन के माध्यम से ही इंसान आगे बढ़ता है और संगठन आगे बढ़ते हैं। Those who fail to plan, plan to fail। और इसलिए बहुत जरूरी है कि हम प्लानिंग पर बल दें। इट्स अ कोर कॉन्सेप्ट। और हम लोग, ज्यादातर लोग विदाउट प्लानिंग अपना काम करने लगते हैं। टाइम मैनेजमेंट का तीसरा पॉइंट ये है कि आप रोज की एक टू डू लिस्ट तो बनाइए कि आज करना क्या है। ध्यान रखिएगा, 2 दिन ऐसे हैं जब कुछ नहीं किया जा सकता। यस्टरडे, टुमारो, कुछ नहीं किया जा सकता, किया आज जा सकता है। और जो व्यक्ति आज की प्लानिंग के बिना दिन शुरू कर देते हैं, अरे भाई तुम तो अगेन सूखे पत्ते की तरह हो गए, कोई भी किधर से फेंक देगा तुम्हें। कोई दुनिया में ऐसा बड़ा आदमी नहीं है, मैंने सबकी बायोग्राफीज पढ़ने में देखा, जिन्होंने रोज की प्लानिंग नहीं की। लाल बहादुर शास्त्री रात को 2 बजे सोआ करते थे, दूसरे दिन के सवेरे प्लानिंग करके सोते थे। और एक के बाद देखा, चाहे पचौड़ी को लें, चाहे आप जवाहरलाल जी को लें, आप मोदी जी को लें, एवरी डे प्लानिंग पूरी होती है। और हर एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के सामने ये है कि आज करना क्या है, और कुल 6 काम खास करने चाहिए, टॉप के 6। आज 6 काम क्या करने हैं, लंबी लिस्ट तो रखिए और उसमें से 6 काम चुन लीजिए। आपको याद होगा, एक बहुत बड़े पूंजीपति थे, एंड्रयू कार्नेगी, दुनिया के स्टील किंग कहलाते थे, सबसे अमीर इंसान। तो उन्होंने अपने एक दोस्त को कहा, क्या चार्ल्स को, कि चार्ल्स मुझे कोई ऐसा तरीका बताओ कि मेरी प्रोडक्टिविटी दुगनी हो जाए, मेरी कंपनी की और मेरी भी, तो मैं $25,000 दूंगा। दोस्त था, दोस्त को $25,000 देने में क्या है, $25,000 से बड़ी अमाउंट होता है। उसने कहा ठीक है, मैं तुम्हें कल लिख के भेजता हूँ। तो उसने कहा कि सुनो, उसने एंड्रयू कार्नेगी को लिखा, रोज 6 कामों की लिस्ट बनाओ प्रायोरिटी से, पहला काम हो जाए टिक करो, फिर दूसरा, फिर तीसरा, फिर चौथा, बाकी काम बाद में, पहले 6 तो करो। और प्रोडक्टिविटी एकदम बढ़ गई और उसने 25,000 का चेक भेज दिया। इतनी इंपॉर्टेंट बात मैंने देखी, 25,000 नहीं, पैसा भी नहीं दे रहा, मुफ्त में बता दिया आपको सब कुछ। रोज के 6 काम तो बनाइए, 6 काम सिर्फ करिए तो सही। और वो काम किस तरह के होने चाहिए, ये नहीं कि सिर्फ आप पढ़ाई के होने चाहिए। लाइफ के 7 डायमेंशन है, 7 को महत्व दीजिए। और 7 डायमेंशन रेनबो लाइफ जिसे कहते हैं, फिजिकल फिटनेस, मेंटल डेवलपमेंट, इमोशनल बैलेंस एंड हैप्पीनेस, स्पिरिचुअल ग्रोथ, फैमिली हैप्पीनेस, सोशल रिलेशनशिप्स और प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट। सबके गोल्स रखिएगा और देखिए कुछ नेग्लेक्ट तो नहीं हो रहा। खैर, हर गोल की डेडलाइन होनी चाहिए। गोल्स विदाउट डेडलाइंस आर डेड गोल्स। मुझे अच्छी तरह याद है मेरे एक दोस्त की कहानी। उसने एक मकान बनवाया और कहता है आलीशान बना। हर आदमी कहता है मेरा मकान ऐसा हो जो लोग, सब लोग देखें। शादी ऐसी हो हमारी, लोग याद करते हैं, कोई याद नहीं करता। रामबाग पैलेस में एक बार खाना हुआ, आज से करीब 20 साल पहले की बात है। मैं मेरी वाइफ गए थे, उसमें मैंने पकवान गिने 104 थे। आजकल तो ज्यादा ही हो जाते हैं, और उसके बाद 104 पहली बार देखे थे। तो मैं आ रहे थे तो मेरी वाइफ ने कहा देखो उसको लोग कितने खुश हो रहे होंगे, धन्यवाद दे रहे होंगे ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को। मैंने कहा नहीं, कहते क्या कहते हैं आप? ठीक पीछे से कपल आ रहा था, एक हस्बैंड अपनी वाइफ वगैरह था, इतना खाना था पर इसको पान तो था ही नहीं। लो, ये है दुनिया। आप खूब तड़क भड़क करके करिए और अच्छा बैंड बजाइए और सब करिए। आई टेल यू वन थिंग, दुनिया को इंप्रेस करने के लिए जो इंसान करता है वो दास होता है। इज अ स्लेव, बी योर ओन मास्टर। नहीं करना है। पांचवा पॉइंट क्या है मेरा? पांचवा ये कि हम जो कुछ भी करें क्रिएटिव रूप से करें, नई चीज करें, ओरिजिनलिटी करें। एक भी ऐसा ब्रांड नहीं है वर्ल्ड में जो इंडिया का चलता हो, एक भी। ठीक है, थोड़े स्टार्टअप्स हैं, कुछ हमने पेटेंट करा दिए, पर नाम कहाँ है? आपके घर पर जो सारे रेफ्रिजरेटर हैं, आपके जो एयर कंडीशनर हैं, आपकी कारें हैं, आपकी सब चीजें हैं, आपकी नई ड्रेसेस और जीन्स हैं, सब विदेशी हैं। सारे बच्चे विदेश चले गए और विदेशी चीजें हम पहन रहे हैं। वो वहां पहन रहे हैं विदेशी चीजें, हम हिंदुस्तान में विदेशी चीजें पहन रहे हैं। पहले जापानी जॉर्जेट का सब बहुत सारा नाम था, अब चलिए हिंदुस्तान में कम से कम बनारसी साड़ियां पहन के लोग खुश हो रहे हैं। पर मैं एक चीज कह रहा हूं, इज इट इंडिपेंडेंस कि मैं सब कुछ वो कर रहा हूं जो कि गोरे लोग करते थे? उनका राज चल रहा है, मेरी अस्मिता कहां है? मेरी चीजें कहां है हिंदुस्तान की? मैं खादी पहनना पसंद नहीं करता, चलो कोई बात नहीं, किंतु वेयर इज ओरिजिनलिटी? विद्वान लोग भी क्या करते हैं, बस दूसरे प्रोफेसर से कोट करते हैं। उस प्रोफेसर का नाम ले दिया तो उस प्रोफेसर का नाम ले दिया, तो हिगिंस ने ये कहा, तो रॉबिन्स ने ये कहा, सैमुअल्सन ने ये कहा, और जनाब होमन्स ने ये कहा। और प्लीज सब प्लीज थोड़ी देर रुक जाओ, सुनो थोड़ा रुक जाओ, 5 मिनट का काम और है मेरा। तो मैं एक निवेदन कर रहा हूं कि आप विदेशी लोगों को क्यों कोट करते हो हर वक्त, और उसी को विद्वता क्यों मानते हो? ये रॉयल सोसाइटी की मेंबर बैठी है ना अंशु, देखो इससे सीखो केमिस्ट्री क्या होती है। मैं ये निवेदन कर रहा हूं कि क्या हुआ मेरे साथ, क्या हुआ, कैसे मुझे परिवर्तन आया मुझ में। हाँ हाँ, करिए। ठीक है, थैंक यू। क्योंकि ही इज अ मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पर्सन, ये मेरी बात सुन लें तो अच्छा है, क्योंकि आज मैं कहने जा रहा हूं जो इस सेमिनार के लिए भी जरूरी है। इंडियंस को कोट करिए प्लीज, इंडियन स्टडीज को ध्यान रखिएगा। तो मैं सबसे पहले जब मैं पीएचडी करने के लिए अमेरिका गया तो मेरे प्रोफेसर ने पहले बहुत, आप जानते हैं ज्यादातर इंटरनल असेसमेंट होता है, एग्जाम भी होता है, 50% इंटरनल से। तो उनका एक टर्म पेपर लिख के लाओ ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल एक्सीलेंस पर। तो मैंने क्या किया कि जितनी भी नई किताबें थी सब देख डाली, उसने ये कहा, उसने ये कहा, अप टू डेट कर दिया, और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक टाइपराइटर पे कर आके मैंने पेपर को दिया। मैंने अपनी वाइफ से कहा कि देखो वो प्रोफेसर खुश हो जाएगा कि देखो कैसा एक विद्वान आया इंडिया से, अपने आप में बड़े लगता है, आई एम डूइंग समथिंग ग्रेट। मैं सोचा कि इसमें A+ तो आएगा ही। क्या हुआ? मैंने कहा A+ तो आएगा ही। जब कमेंट आया तो सुनिए क्या था, वेरी गुड समरी, बट व्हाट डू यू से, अंडरलाइन कर दिया, यू डबल, तुम क्या कह रहे हो? मैं गया उनके पास के सर, डज इट रियली मैटर दैट व्हाट आई से इज इंपॉर्टेंट? कहते ओनली दैट इज इंपॉर्टेंट। 10 मिनट लग गए मुझे तुम्हारा पेपर पढ़ने में, एक भी नई चीज नहीं मिली, क्योंकि मैं सब किताबों के बारे में जानता था। तुमने क्या कहा? नए कॉन्टिनेंट से आए हो, नए कंट्री से आए हो, कोई नई बात को लिखो ना। दैट वॉज द बिगिनिंग ऑफ दिस, कि मैं स्वयं सोचने लगा कि मेरे विचारों का भी कोई महत्व है। एंड प्लीज हैव दैट। आपके अंदर कई विचार आते हैं, उनको आप बिल्कुल जाने देते हो, जाने मत दो, नोट कर लो एकदम, छोटी छोटी डायरी जेब में रखा करो, खटाक से लिख लिया कोई नया आइडिया है तो। वो लोग भी इंसान है जो वहां बैठे हुए हैं प्रिंसटन और हार्वर्ड में, वो लोग भी इंसान है JNU और बनारस में बैठे हुए हैं, IITs में बैठे हुए हैं। कोई फर्क नहीं है, वही ओरिजिनलिटी जो है आप में है, वही क्रिएटिविटी उनमें है। इनोवेशन लाइए, जैसा कि बार बार मोदी जी कहते हैं इनोवेशंस लाओ। इनोवेशंस लाने के लिए हमें, ठीक है मैडम आप बैठ जाओ, बेटे आप प्लीज दोनों बैठ जाओ, डोंट वरी, मैं संभाल लूंगा क्लास को, बैठ जाओ, कोई कुछ नहीं। इतना अच्छा डिसिप्लिन तो देखने को नहीं मिलता जितना यहाँ देखने को मिल रहा है। बच्चे बैठ जाओ तुम लोग। बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया, आई एम रियली एंजॉयिंग एवरी मिनट ऑफ इट। और इसलिए मैं थोड़ा बहुत जो नखरे कर लेता हूं वो अलाउड इसलिए कि मेरी उम्र बड़ी है सबसे। पर मैं एक निवेदन करना चाहता हूं, प्लीज बी ओरिजिनल, यू हैव वैल्यू। आप जैसा कोई नहीं इस धरती पर वसुंधरा पर। क्यों नहीं अपने विचार लिखते हो, डरते क्यों हो? होने दो रिजेक्ट एक दो बार कोई चीज है तो। सारी रिसर्चेस साइंसेस में ओरिजिनल होती हैं, तभी जाकर के नोबेल प्राइज मिलता है और रॉयल सोसाइटी के मेंबर बनते हैं। सोशल साइंस में भी ऐसा पैदा करो। केवल फॉरेन स्कॉलर से लिखने से होता क्या है? कोई भी थ्योरी जो फॉरेन की इंडिया पर लागू नहीं होती, ना मैनेजमेंट की, ना एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की, ना सोशियोलॉजी की, ना इकोनॉमिक्स की, ना पॉलिटिकल साइंस की, कोई थ्योरी लागू नहीं होती। वी शुड ऑल बी इंडियंस। अगला मेरा पॉइंट यह है कि हम हार्डवर्क करना सीखें। हम नहीं करते। सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटियों, सरकारी कॉलेजेस में, यूनिवर्सिटीज में, सरकारी तंत्र में हार्डवर्क कम है, प्राइवेट सेक्टर में ज्यादा है, पुलिस में है, हॉस्पिटल्स में है, और एनजीओज में है, गृहिणियों में है। जहां आराम मिलेगा वहां हार्डवर्क कभी नहीं कर सकते, बहुत जल्दी सब कुछ मिल जाता है। और इसलिए हमें हार्डवर्क करना सीखना चाहिए। आपको उदाहरण मैं देना चाहता हूं। थॉमस अल्वा एडिसन ने 2500 आविष्कार किए। ईश्वर के बाद सबसे बड़ा इन्वेंटर, सबसे बड़े साइंटिस्ट वर्ल्ड में अभी तक दो हुए मॉडर्न वर्ल्ड में। ये दोनों का नाम ई से शुरू होता है, एडिसन एंड आइंस्टाइन। तो मैं आपको एडिसन की बात कर रहा हूं। 2500 जनाब इन्वेंशन किए, 1300 उसके नाम पर पेटेंटेड थे। 80 साल की उम्र में किसी ने पूछा, मिस्टर एडिसन आपकी सफलता का रहस्य क्या है? उसने कहा कि अभी सफलता तो मुझे पानी है, अभी तक मैंने 2350 आविष्कार ही किए हैं, मुझे 2500 का मेरा टारगेट है। और कर गया पूरा वो। 1931 में जब उसकी मृत्यु हुई, 84 इयर्स की एज में, तो उसके 2500 इन्वेंशन हो चुके थे। उसके ऊपर चला गया था। कहते हैं मतलब अपने बारे में बात मैं नहीं करता, फिर भी आप पूछ रहे हैं तो बता दूं मैं। अब ये बात बड़े ध्यान से सुनने की है जो मैं बोलने जा रहा हूं। एडिसन ने कहा, पिछले 60 सालों से लगातार रोज 16 से 18 घंटे अपनी प्रयोगशाला में गुजार रहा हूं, विदाउट ए ब्रेक। For the past 60 years, I've been spending 16 to 18 hours a day in my laboratory without a break. 67 years की एज में उसकी लेबोरेटरी में आग लग गई न्यू जर्सी में। सब लोग धूं करके जो है वो जलने लगा, सारा पूरा सुपर स्ट्रक्चर जल रहा था। एडिसन घबराया नहीं, अपने बेटे से कहा, जल्दी बेटे मम्मी को बुलाओ, फिर ऐसी आग देखने को नहीं मिलेगी। कैन यू इमेजिन? एक साल के अंदर नई जो है लेबोरेटरी बन गई। किसी ने कहा कि आपको बुरा नहीं लग रहा है कि आपके कई ऐसे आविष्कार जिनका पेटेंट भी नहीं हुआ वो जल गए? कि हाँ वो तो लग रहा है, पर मुझे खुशी किस बात की आप जानते हैं क्या? कई मेरे ऐसे आविष्कार थे जो पूरे ही नहीं हो रहे थे, जल गए टंटा कटा। I mean that type of spirit ought to be there. नेक्स्ट पॉइंट है मैडम के, मेरा जो निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि हम जो करते हैं हार्ड वर्क, उसमें परसिस्टेंस होनी चाहिए, कंटिन्यूस करें लास्ट डे तक। हम लोग पीएचडी के बाद काम करना कुछ कम कर देते हैं। देखिए ना, ये अनिल मेहता बैठे हैं, 14 किताबें लिख डाली हैं और रोज नई चीज कोई इनके लेक्चर कोई सुनो ना, जो कि हमारे यहाँ के लेक्चर देते हैं, हर बार लेक्चर में कोई नई चीज आ जाती है, पावर पॉइंट में कोई नया पॉइंट आ जाता है, इसीलिए पावरफुल है पावर पॉइंट के साथ। तो मैं कह रहा हूं कुछ नया करिए, डोंट रिपीट योरसेल्फ, डू समथिंग न्यू एवरी डे। अगर आज कुछ नया नहीं किया तो दिन बेकार है। जैसे चार्ल्स चैपलिन कहता है कि आज तुम हंसे नहीं तो दिन बेकार है। एडिसन कहता था आज तुमने कुछ नया नहीं किया तो दिन बेकार है। कुछ नया कीजिए। अमेरिका में पता है इंटरव्यू के वक्त क्या पूछते हैं सबसे पहले? व्हाट हैव यू डन आफ्टर योर पीएचडी? पीएचडी के बाद क्या किया आपने? ये नहीं कि आपकी पीएचडी सब्जेक्ट किस पे था, अच्छा ये था, अच्छा बताइए क्या उसकी फाइंडिंग्स थी, अच्छा बताइए उसकी रिसर्च मेथोडोलॉजी क्या थी, अच्छा क्या चैप्टराइजेशन है, क्या फाइंडिंग, व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय दैट? पीएचडी की थीसिस कोई अपने आप में इंसान को योग्यता का प्रतीक मानती है? नो दे डोंट। उसके बाद क्या किया? क्या तुम अनवरत प्रगतिशील हो रहे हो या तुम संतुष्ट हो गए हो? अगला पॉइंट मैं निवेदन करना चाहता हूं मैनेजमेंट का, कंसंट्रेशन से काम करें। हम लोग बहुत भीड़ में काम करते हैं, घर बैठते हैं तो टीवी चल रहा है, साथ बैठे हुए हैं, अच्छा है, फैमिली के लिए बहुत अच्छा है, पर जो इंसान रोज अलग कमरे में 3 या 4 घंटे नहीं बैठ सकता वो स्कॉलर बन ही नहीं सकता। सॉलिट्यूड चाहिए, मेडिटेशन के लिए भी, पेंटिंग के लिए भी, पोएट्री के लिए भी, ग्रोथ के लिए भी, स्कॉलरशिप के लिए भी, राइटिंग के लिए भी, थिंकिंग के लिए भी। हम लोग इससे बिल्कुल दूर हैं। वी आर सोशल एनिमल्स। आई थिंक वी शुड बी बिलीविंग इन द मेडिटेशन ऑफ नॉलेज बहुत जरूरी है। आइंस्टाइन की तारीफ है कि वो इतना कंसंट्रेशन करता था कि पता ही नहीं चलता था कि वो क्या कर रहा है, क्या सोच रहा है। गैलरी में खड़ा होता, बालकनी में खड़ा होकर आकाश की ओर देखता रहता घंटों घंटों। उसके नौकर ने कहा अपने उसके दोस्त को कि साहब देखिए मेरा मालिक जो है घंटों से देखता रहता है आकाश की ओर, टाइम खराब कर दें ये। उस दोस्त ने आइंस्टाइन के नौकर से कहा तुम अज्ञानी मत बनो, जब तुम्हारा मालिक आकाश की ओर देख रहा होता है, ही इज द बिजिएस्ट मैन ऑन अर्थ, तुम समझ भी नहीं सकते उसका मस्तिष्क क्या कह रहा है। इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर अस टू रिमेंबर कि हम जो भी कार्य करें तन्मयता से करें, एकाग्रता से करें, टोटल डेडिकेशन और डिवोशन से करें, कमिटमेंट से करें। आए क्या वाइस चांसलर साहब? आने तो ना आओ, लेट हिम कम, दैट्स गुड, वी आर लकी। आइए आइए वाइस चांसलर साहब, नमस्कार नमस्कार, आइए प्लीज आइएगा, कुर्सी कब से इंतजार कर रही है। गॉड ब्लेस। ये मेरे खास दोस्त के खास बेटे हैं। हम लोगों ने बहुत काम किया इनके फादर के साथ। बैठ जाइए प्लीज, बैठ जाइए। वी आर सो लकी, वी आर वेरी हैप्पी ही इज हियर। आप स्वागत करना चाहेंगे या खत्म करूं? मैं खत्म कर रहा हूं, वैसे भी 5 मिनट खत्म कर रहा हूं। हाँ, मैं आपको बता रहा था कि आइंस्टाइन जो है किस प्रकार से बैठ करके काम करता था, पता ही नहीं चलता था। उसकी 2 बिल्लियां थी और बिल्लियां जनाब अंदर आने के लिए ठंड में रात को 8:30-9 बजे दरवाजे के बाहर अपने पंजे से जनाब जोर जोर से खरोंचती थी कि मालूम पड़ जाए मालिक को, दरवाजा खोल दे। एक दोस्त ने कहा यार आइंस्टाइन ये मर जाएंगी बाहर, अरे एक छेद ही बनवा दे, आ जाएंगी अंदर चुपचाप। गोला, उसने 2 गोले बनवाए, बड़ी बिल्ली के लिए बड़ा छेद, छोटी बिल्ली के लिए छोटा छेद। वो ये भी भूल गया कि बड़े छेद से दोनों आ सकती हैं। कंसंट्रेशन। और देखिए एक ड्राइवर आइंस्टाइन का था जो हर वक्त साथ जाता था लेक्चर सुनने के लिए आइंस्टाइन का। तो उसको याद हो गया लेक्चर आइंस्टाइन का थ्योरी ऑफ रिलेटिविटी पर। एक दिन उसने कहा मास्टर आई रिमेंबर योर लेक्चर, आई मास्टर्ड इट। कहते क्या मजाक कर रहे हो, पीपल डोंट इवन अंडरस्टैंड माय थ्योरी ऑफ रिलेटिविटी एंड हाउ यू से यू हैव मास्टर्ड इट। उनका यस आई हैव, कम ऑन। तो उसे सारा लेक्चर बोल दिया आइंस्टाइन का, आइंस्टाइन के सामने ही। मुझे कमाल है यार, कॉमा फुल स्टॉप की भी गलती नहीं करी तुमने तो। कहते आज मेरी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, अपन चल रहे हैं एक जगह लेक्चर देने, तू मेरे कपड़े पहन ले, मैं तेरे कपड़े पहन लेता हूं, अब तू लेक्चर दे दे। तो जनाब आइंस्टाइन के ड्राइवर ने आइंस्टाइन के कपड़े पहन लिए, बालों को यूं यूं कर लिया। टीवी तो था नहीं इन दिनों में, आइंस्टाइन की शक्ल ज्यादा लोग जानते नहीं थे। वहां उस जगह चले गए और जनाब ड्राइवर ने खड़े होकर के लेक्चर दे दिया, सब लोग तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से। और जनाब ऑडियंस में कौन बैठा हुआ है ड्राइवर के रूप में? आइंस्टाइन स्वयं। बहुत बढ़िया लेक्चर हो गया, तालियां बज गई। पर एक बंदा खड़ा हो गया, उसने बड़ा मुश्किल सवाल पूछ लिया। अब देखिए ड्राइवर कितना समझदार था, उसने कहा ओ ये तो बड़ा सरल सवाल है, ये तो मेरा ड्राइवर भी जवाब दे देगा। ड्राइवर तारीफ देखिए ड्राइवर की क्या होती है। अच्छा ड्राइवर के दिमाग में कैसे आ गया कि ये मेरा प्रतिक्रिया होनी चाहिए, वो आपकी शक्ति है आंतरिक। इट्स वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। A few more minutes and I close। मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि हमें मैनेजमेंट अच्छा करना ही चाहिए और इंपॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि हमें एक्सीलेंस की ओर ध्यान देना चाहिए। Every day in every way I must become better and better. Every day in every way my organization should become better and better. एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल एक्सीलेंस का सब्जेक्ट अलग है जिस पर कम किताबें हैं, बट है कुछ लोगों ने की हैं, परंतु मैं निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि एक्सीलेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कौन सा होता है जिसमें कि क्वालिटी पर बल हो, जहां पर क्वालिटी सर्कल्स हो, कंटिन्यूसली आपस में इन्वॉल्वमेंट हो टू इंप्रूव। कॉम्पिटिटिव एज चाहिए। महिंद्रा को कंपटीशन करना पड़ता है अंबानी से, अडानी से, और माइक्रोसॉफ्ट से करना पड़ता है इन्फोसिस को हिंदुस्तान में। और इसलिए हमारी ब्रांड्स ऐसी हों जो कि हम दुनिया में हमारा नाम हो। नेक्स्ट पॉइंट यह है कि हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस शुड बी हैप्पी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, मोटिवेटेड ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस। हर इंसान को काम करने में खुशी हो। सरकारी अधिकारी हिंदुस्तान में जब कोई भी कार्य नया ज्वाइन करते हैं, चाहे वो डायरेक्टर का हो, असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर का हो, या प्रिंसिपल का हो कॉलेज का, तो वो लिखते हैं आज मैंने इस पद पर कार्यभार ग्रहण कर लिया है। कार्य पहले ही भार लग रहा है। कार्यभार होता है क्या? कार्य होता है यू एंजॉय। जैसे छोटा सा बच्चा जनाब बस्ता लेकर कहता है बस कब आ रही है, वैसा जोश अगर नहीं आता है काम करने में, इफ यू कांट लव योर वर्क यू कांट लव एनीथिंग। गंगोत्री है हमारा संगठन जिसके माध्यम से मेरी गंगा परिवार की पलती है। So we should have that motivation in the organization. Total brilliant people are there who really need to be motivated a bit. That's all. Happy organization. मैं भी बैठ के देख रहा था, आज ही इंडिया टुडे आया है जिसमें कि हैप्पी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के मोटिव बताए गए हैं। किस तरह से रिक्रिएशन है, आर्किटेक्चर है, वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस है, कोचिंग है, सब चीजें हैं। तो हैप्पीनेस, हैप्पी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन चाहिए। एंड लास्ट 2 points are it should be ethical organization, ethics, work culture, ethics of honesty, integrity, transparency, integrity, faith, trust. Honesty is not the best policy, it's the only policy. और हमें ध्यान रखना है। अंत में ये बताना चाहता हूं कि हमें हर समय पर कंटिन्यूसली इवैल्यूएशन करना चाहिए हमारे संगठन की प्रगति का। जापान में रोज सवेरे मीटिंग होती है, 7:30 बजे मीटिंग हो जाती है, प्रेयर के साथ ही, एक्सरसाइज के साथ ही, कि आज क्या करना है, कल क्या हुआ था। इसलिए मैं निवेदन करना चाहता हूं सभी मैनेजर्स को, मंडे मीटिंग करनी चाहिए। आपके टॉप जो लोग हैं उनकी मीटिंग, अभी क्या चल रहा है, क्या करना है, और एजेंडा लेस मीटिंग करिए। यू रियली बी द बेस्ट। जब जॉर्ज बर्नार्ड शॉ नेपोलियन बोनापार्ट का जो बार बार जनाब समर्थन करता था और बहुत बड़ा उसको लीडर मानता था, उसने कहा कि आप अपनी एक बात बताइए कि एक साधारण व्यक्ति और असाधारण व्यक्ति में क्या अंतर होता है, व्हाट्स द डिफरेंस बिटवीन ऑर्डिनरी पर्सन एंड ए ग्रेट पर्सन। शॉ ने कहा 15 मिनट्स का। ए ग्रेट पर्सन गिव्स 15 मिनट्स टू हिमसेल्फ एवरी डे फॉर रिफ्लेक्शन, मेडिटेशन, मंथन, मनन, चिंतन, ध्यान, अध्ययन के लिए देता है। सोचता है कि मेरी प्रगति कितनी हुई है, मेरी प्लानिंग कैसे हुई है, मेरा स्वास्थ्य क्या ठीक है, मैंने सही तरह से काम किया, हमारी प्रगति हो रही है वित्तीय क्षेत्र में, मानवीय क्षेत्र में। इवैल्यूएशन करिए और फिर रेजिलियंस होनी चाहिए। मान लो गिर गए तो उठ जाएं, गेंद जैसे मारते हैं जमीन पे ऊपर उठती है। असली इंसान और असली ऑर्गेनाइजेशन चैलेंज से घबराता नहीं है, वो आगे बढ़ता है। उसके अंदर एक शक्ति होती है अदम्य, जिसके माध्यम से वो किसी प्रकार की चुनौतियों का सामना करके अपने आप को श्रेष्ठ और उत्कृष्ट सिद्ध कर सकता है। हम ऐसे बने, और आप हैं। केवल इतनी सी बात है कि आपके जो गुण हैं उनको निरंतर और अधिक आप संवारते चले जाइएगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
अपनी जमीन अपना नया आसमान पैदा कर, अपनी जमीन अपना नया आसमान पैदा कर, मांगने से जिंदगी कब मिली है ए दोस्त, खुद ही अपना नया इतिहास पैदा कर। Such was the impact of Professor Ramesh K. Arora sir's words on us. Sir, we are truly thrilled listening to you. The knowledge that you bring in with such unique delivery style is highly beneficial for everyone present here. Thank you so much, sir. काम ऐसा करो कि पहचान बन जाए, काम ऐसा करो कि पहचान बन जाए, कदम ऐसे रखो कि निशान बन जाए। यह जिंदगी तो सभी काट लेते हैं, ये जिंदगी तो सभी काट लेते हैं, जिंदगी ऐसे जियो कि मिसाल बन जाए। One such person is present with us today. We are privileged to have an amazing academician, administrator, and a humble human being as a chief guest for today's program, Professor Rajiv Jain, Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Sir has invested 36 years of life in the field of management education, research, and extension. He is an international renowned expert who has visited countries like USA, Malaysia, Bangkok, Dubai, Philippines for various academic and administrative pursuits. 24 PhDs have been awarded under his able supervision. It is his affection that he accepted a humble invitation and managed to give his presence even after his busy schedule. We heartily welcome you, sir. In the pace of with a tradition Atiti Devo Bhava, I request Shri V.C. Dagaji, our college convener, to welcome our today's chief guest, Professor Rajiv Jain, by presenting him a panna and a memento. I also request Professor S.S. Modiji, conference chairperson and convener, to kindly present a modest gift to Rajiv sir. Thank you. Due to some unavoidable reasons, Shri Vinod Lodaji, Joint Secretary, Subodh Siksha Samiti, could not be here with us. We wish to have him with us for the future events. May I now request Shri VC Dagaji, a college convener, to kindly come forward for the presidential address.
नमस्कार। सबसे पहले मैं ICMRI के तत्वाधान में आयोजित इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस में पधारे सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों का स्वागत करता हूं, आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आप सबने हमें यह अवसर प्रदान किया और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की सफलता की कामना करता हूं। आज के इस समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय श्री प्रोफेसर राजीव जी जैन, कुलपति राजस्थान विश्वविद्यालय। आपने हमेशा शैक्षणिक आयोजनों में पधार कर हमारा उत्साहवर्धन किया है और मैं यहाँ पर यह निवेदन करना चाहूँगा कि आपने सुबोध के बारे में कभी भी कोई सुबोध का हम कार्य लेके जाते हैं तो आप इतना तत्परता से उस काम को निमेटने की कोशिश करते हैं। हमारे को पूरा सहयोग जो है यूनिवर्सिटी से पूरा सहयोग सुबोध को मिलता है। हम आज विनोद जी हमारे बीच नहीं आ पाए। विनोद जी ही अधिकतर, लोड़ा साहब भी आपसे हमारे सुबोध के कार्यक्रम के लिए अधिक आपके पास पधारते हैं और चाहे सीटें बढ़वाने की बात हो, चाहे और कोई भी कार्यक्रम की कोई भी हमें आवश्यकता हो तो आप हमें पूरा वृहद से आप हमारे को सहयोग करते हैं। आपका हम बार बार जो है धन्यवाद और आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। इसी अवसर पर आदरणीय जो है प्रोफेसर रमेश जी अरोड़ा साहब, विशिष्ट अतिथि, आपका भी मैं हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। और अभी आपकी जो मोटिवेशनल स्पीच तो आपके सुनते ही रहते हैं। आप वाकई एक मोटिवेशनल आदमी के जैसे बोलते हैं, मुर्दे में भी जान आप पैदा करने वाली आपके अंदर एक शक्ति है। और आपने ये फरमाया कि मैं अनुशासन स्वयं कर लूंगा, लेकिन आपकी स्पीच में इतनी जान होती है कि स्वयं अनुशासन हो जाता है। हर आदमी प्रिंट आउट साइलेंट होकर उसको सुनना पसंद करता है। कोई मेरे ख्याल से कोई मोबाइल और कोई बात नहीं कर पाता। ये आपके एक वक्तव्य कला के साथ साथ आपका जीवन भी बोलता है। आप उसी जो बोलते हैं उस तरह से जीते हैं और उसी का प्रभाव पड़ता है कि आपकी जो है क्षमता उसको तन्मयता से लोग सुनने की कोशिश करते हैं। इसी में आदरणीय श्री नीना जी, प्रोफेसर नीना पांडे, एनकलेडा जी लुलाज, जो मैं आप सभी का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। सुबोध शिक्षा समिति के अंतर्गत सुबोध पीजी महिला महाविद्यालय निरंतर उन्नति के शिखर को छू रहा है। समय समय पर आयोजित राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय आयोजनों में यहाँ की छात्राओं ने स्वर्णिम अक्षरों में अपना नाम दर्ज कराया है। यहाँ पर एक जानकारी देना इस समय उचित समझूंगा कि इस वर्ष भी राजस्थान यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर हमारी तीनों फैकल्टी के अंदर हाईएस्ट मार्क्स जो है सुबोध महिला महाविद्यालय ने प्राप्त किया है। ये हमारे लिए बहुत गर्व का विषय है। और मैं नॉट ओनली द एकेडमिकली, बस यहाँ पर उनके अलावा उनको स्पोर्ट्स, उनका मतलब साथ साथ उनके जीवन निर्माण की और संस्कारों की बात हम सुबोध के अंदर हमारा सारी फैकल्टी करती हैं, ताकि उनके पारिवारिक उससे संबंध फैकल्टी के साथ हमारे यहाँ बना रहता है। महिला महाविद्यालय के प्राचार्य जी के कुशल निर्देशन में सुबोध महाविद्यालय निरंतर उन्नति कर रहा है। इंस्प्रा के अध्यक्ष श्री एसद मोदी जी को शिक्षा जगत के इतने सार्थक प्रयास एवं सुबोध महिला महाविद्यालय के साथ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार कराने हेतु मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार द्वारा शिक्षकों एवं छात्राओं को एक ऐसा मंच प्रदान किया जाता है जिससे विषयों का तुलनात्मक मंथन होगा, क्योंकि वास्तव में शिक्षा का उद्देश्य यही है कि अपने ज्ञान को ज्यादा से ज्यादा प्रसारित करें। सुबोध शिक्षा समिति ऐसी शैक्षणिक गतिविधियों को हमेशा प्रोत्साहित करती आई है तथा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर अपनी पहचान बना चुका है। मैं कामना करता हूं कि आगे भी ऐसे ज्ञानवर्धक कार्यक्रम आयोजित होते रहेंगे तथा आप सभी ने अपने अथक परिश्रम से शिक्षा के सरोकार को स्पष्ट किया है। इसके लिए आपको सभी को बधाई। पुनः महाविद्यालय में पधारे सभी अतिथियों का, सभी हमारे छात्राओं का, हमारी फैकल्टी का, हमारे प्रिंसिपल का तथा पधारे हुए आदरणीय मुख्य अतिथि श्री राजीव जी अरोड़ा साहब, प्रोफेसर और राजीव जी जैन साहब, प्रोफेसर अरोड़ा साहब, मोदी साहब एवं अनिल जी मेहता साहब आदि सभी का मैं हार्दिक आभार, हार्दिक धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ। थैंक यू।
Such amazingly motivational words from Shri V.C. Dagaji. Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking address. Thank you, sir. Now, I humbly request Professor Rajiv Jain to kindly bless the audience with the pearls of his wisdom. Please, sir.
सभी को नमस्कार। इस सेमिनार में मंच पर उपस्थित प्रोफेसर परम आदरणीय प्रोफेसर रमेश अरोड़ा साहब, मंच पर प्रोफेसर एस मोदी जी, प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ ICMRI रिसर्च एसोसिएशन एंड कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑर्गेनाइजिंग डायरेक्टर, डॉक्टर रेणु जोशी, प्रिंसिपल सुबोध महिला महाविद्यालय, प्रोफेसर अंशु डांडिया मैडम, श्री VC डागा जी। बताया गया मेरे को, इसमें लिखा हुआ है कि प्रोफेसर नीना और यूक्रेन, यूरोप, बाहर से, चूंकि ये ड्यूअल मोड पर ये सेमिनार का आयोजन हो रहा है, तो बाहर से भी काफी प्रतिभागी इसमें जुड़े हुए हैं। विश्वविद्यालय के हमारे शिक्षक साथी, महाविद्यालय के शिक्षक साथी और प्रिय छात्र छात्राओं, मैं अपने आप को इतना सक्षम नहीं मानता कि हमारी मौजूदगी के बीच, जहां पर परम आदरणीय श्रद्धेय प्रोफेसर रमेश अरोड़ा साहब का भाषण हो जाए, इसके बाद कोई बोलने जैसी कोई बात रहती नहीं। बरसों से देख रहा हूं, परंतु मुझको कुछ कहना है, बुलाया है मेरे को, तो मैं कुछ बातें यहाँ अपनी भी रखना चाहता हूं। मैं तो मोदी जी से स्टार्ट करता हूं, प्रोफेसर SS मोदी जी से। हर महीने ही तकरीबन सेमिनार का आयोजन, और ये जो कोरोना के समय पर, ऐसा नहीं है मैं कितनी सेमिनारों में आपके साथ जुड़ा हूं, ऐसी बात नहीं हो सकती कि नहीं जुड़ा, बहुत सेमिनारों में। तो आपने वेबिनार, सेमिनार, कॉन्फ्रेंस, वर्कशॉप, सिंपोजिया, जो भी वर्ड होते हैं, मतलब एक तरह से एक बयार की तरीके से शिक्षा जगत के अंतर्गत, और फिर सेमिनार का जो टॉपिक क्या कहें, मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी रिसर्च एंड इनोवेशन इन मैनेजमेंट, कॉमर्स, इकोनॉमिक्स, वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर, एजुकेशन, पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल एंड एनवायरमेंटल सस्टेनेबिलिटी। ये सस्टेनेबिलिटी तो एक ऐसा वर्ड हो गया है कि किसी भी सेमिनार का ये पार्ट हो गया है, और जो मैनेजमेंट के, कॉमर्स के लोग हैं, वो इससे सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट भी कहते हैं, और ये सारी बात है। बात यदि हम कॉमर्स और मैनेजमेंट के रूप में आगे आगे बढ़ाएं, तो इस देश में जहां 65%, 60 से 65% युवा शक्ति है, और पीछे युवा ज्यादा दिख रहे हैं मेरे को, इनके हाथ में ही देश है। अभी मेरे पास राजस्थान विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति के अलावा स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी का भी चार्ज है, तो मैं बात उससे जोड़ के ही करना चाहता हूं कि आज की तारीख में युवाओं को यदि सबसे अधिक आवश्यकता है कि उनकी बेस एकेडमिक डिग्री के साथ में उनको स्किल के प्रोग्राम्स के साथ भी एनहांसमेंट किया जाए, ये बहुत जरूरी है। सभी लोग, किसी जमाने में शिक्षा का तो ये हुआ करता था कि शिक्षा तो एक केवल डिग्री लेने का साधन है और फिर अपने आप में आत्म मंथन की बात है, उसे किस दिशा में जाना है, कैसे तैयार होना है, उस तक की बात थी। परंतु आजकल हायर एजुकेशन सेंटर्स शिक्षा से भी बढ़कर प्रोफेशन के निर्धारक हो गए हैं और उसके अंतर्गत उन्हें नौकरी कैसे मिलेगी उस तरफ सोचने लगे हैं। तो कहने का मतलब, उनको उस तरफ डाइवर्जन देने के लिए यदि आने वाले समय में सबसे अधिक इनोवेशन की जरूरत है, वो इनोवेशन स्किल के माध्यम से ही दिया जा सकता है। बहुत सारे कोर्सेज, बहुत सारे तरह के एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए जा रहे हैं। न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, जिसके अंतर्गत भी बहुत सारे नए नए इनोवेशंस करने के लिए अभी तो केवल बताया गया है। सत्र 23-24 से पूरे भारतवर्ष में, राजस्थान विश्वविद्यालय भी इसी क्रम में ये नई शिक्षा नीति के अंतर्गत सारे पाठ्यक्रमों में परिवर्तन करके और हम इस पथ पर कैसे आगे बढ़े, ये कार्रवाई आरंभ कर दी है। न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में एग्जिट एंट्री पॉलिसी, डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट्स की चॉइस बेस्ड क्रेडिट सिस्टम और दुनिया भर के एक्सपेरिमेंट्स, रिसर्च पर अधिक फोकस होना, स्किल डेवलपमेंट के कोर्सेज पर अधिक दबाव होना, ये कुछ बातें तो अभी तक के दौर में तो, चूंकि यूजीसी की जो कमेटी बनी हुई है न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की, जो नॉर्थ इंडिया का, उसमें एज ए वाइस चांसलर मेरे को भी सदस्य रखा है। तो उसका एक तरीका जो उन्होंने सजेस्ट अभी तक का जो किया था, वो तो सेंसिटाइजेशन ऑफ न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी इन द कंट्री, इस रूप में आगे बढ़ा था। और अब वास्तव में इसके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कैसे हो, इस पक्ष पर है। तो मैं कुल मिलाकर के तो ये कहना चाहता हूं कि स्किल बेस्ड कोर्सेज की बहुत महती आवश्यकता है, उसी को हमको आगे बढ़ाना होगा। तभी हम इस देश की युवा शक्ति को, किसी समय पर हम चाइना और भारत को, और खासतौर से भारत की इस युवा शक्ति को या भारत की जनसंख्या को एक अभिशाप कहते थे, परंतु 1985 में जब से राजीव गांधी जी ने शिक्षा मंत्रालय का नाम ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट किया, उस समय से ही एक प्रकार से ऐसा रेडिकल चेंज आया कि यही अभिशाप एक शक्ति में बदल गया और हमने आज देश में 5वें स्तर पर आकर के विश्व को बता दिया कि हम बहुत बड़े आने वाले समय में चैलेंज है और हम एक बहुत बड़े राष्ट्र और अर्थव्यवस्था के माध्यम से हम बहुत तेजी से अग्रसर हैं। और उन सभी कार्यों में हम नहीं, हमारे देश के युवा इसमें जान झोंकने के लिए तैयार हैं। जहां तक सवाल कोविड के बाद की स्थिति की है, सेमिनार्स और सभी चीजों के माध्यम से हम एक दूसरे के निकट हैं। तो जहां पर भी मैं ये स्टूडेंट्स और टीचर देखता हूं, मैं कई मंचों से ये बात कहूं, पर अभी भी वापस मैं उसी एबीसी मॉडल की बात, क्योंकि कई बच्चे नए होते हैं, तो एबीसी मॉडल की बात करता हूं। ए स्टैंड्स फॉर अवेलेबिलिटी। इसके मायने, इस मॉडल के मायने भी डिफरेंट समय में बदलते रहे हैं। कोविड के बाद में तो हमको मेक श्योर अवेलेबल, आपको हमें सोसाइटी के लिए, टीचर को स्टूडेंट के लिए, स्टूडेंट को टीचर के लिए अवेलेबल होना पड़ेगा। तो जो बात कोविड के बाद में एक प्रकार से कमजोर पड़ गई थी, हम लोगों ने एक दूसरे से मिलना कम कर दिया था, हम ज्यादा अटैच नहीं हो रहे थे। अब अगेन आफ्टर दिस महामारी जिसको हम कहते हैं, अब हमको वापस से अवेलेबल रहना होगा, हमें जुड़ाव रखना पड़ेगा। एंड बी स्टैंड्स फॉर बिहेवियर। बिहेवियर का जो दूसरा मंत्र है एबीसी के अंतर्गत, बिहेवियर इसलिए इंपॉर्टेंट है कि हम सारी समस्याओं की जड़ वो हमारे बिहेवियर को लेकर के है। हम देश दुनिया में, हम अपने मित्रों में, साथियों में अच्छे बिहेवियर की अपेक्षा रखते हैं। उसका पहला गुण, पहले तो हमको अपना बिहेवियर बहुत अच्छा रखना होगा, तभी जाकर के दूसरे से अच्छे बिहेवियर की हम कामना कर सकते हैं। तो हमें खुद के बिहेवियर पर ध्यान रखते हुए और दूसरों से अपेक्षाएं वैसी करेंगे, इसके लिए हमें B stands for बिहेवियर एंड C stands for the commitment। हमें अपने आप से कमिटमेंट करना है, हमें अपने आप को आगे बढ़ना है, तो उसके लिए कमिटमेंट इंपॉर्टेंट है और ABC के माध्यम से हम आगे बढ़ना चाहेंगे। ये एक ऐसा पर्टिकुलर मॉडल जो कि आम आज की तारीख में ऐसा लगता है मुझको कि हमारे स्टूडेंट्स, टीचर सबको इस पे आत्मसात होंगे तो हम आगे बढ़ सकेंगे। इसके अलावा जब बात आज के इस सेमिनार पर करें तो सेमिनार में यहाँ पर कई सेशंस आयोजित होने वाले हैं और इस सेमिनार के अंतर्गत कॉमर्स, मैनेजमेंट, वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट, पोल्यूशन, बहुत सारी चीजें मिक्स है इसके अंतर्गत काफी चीजों का। तो मैं समझता हूं कि आने वाले 2 दिनों में बहुत इस पे मंथन होगा, सब बड़े मिल करके, और इसके ऊपर अच्छे सार के साथ चीजें उभर के आएंगी। मैं इसके लिए सेमिनार के आयोजकों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। अंत में, चूंकि हम रिसर्च से जुड़े हुए व्यक्ति हैं, टीचिंग से जुड़े हुए व्यक्ति हैं, हमको 4 बातों की खास तौर से ध्यान में रखना चाहिए जो आजकल देश दुनिया में सब तरफ बात की जा रही है, वो है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की। हमें उसका आत्मसात करना होगा, हमें इसका पार्ट बनना होगा। हम चाहे साइंस के स्टूडेंट ना हो, हम कॉमर्स के हों, चाहे हम आर्ट्स के हों, हमें इस आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पर ध्यान देना होगा। दूसरा, मशीन लर्निंग से हमको आत्मसात करना होगा। देश दुनिया में तरक्की का पहले का जो तरीका था वो पुराने एक्सपीरियंस को शेयर करने का था, वो आजकल जिसको हम डेटा एनालिसिस कहते हैं उससे जुड़ना होगा। हमें जितना परफेक्ट डेटा होगा, जैसे कि पहले आप और हम ही बड़े हंसते थे कि मौसम जब क्या कहते हैं भविष्यवाणी होती थी तो हम ये मानते थे कि अब ये बरसात बिल्कुल नहीं होगी, इन्होंने घोषणा की है तो बिल्कुल नहीं होगी। परंतु आज कितना सटीक है, आज हर वो सब बातें मेरे हिसाब से डेटा एनालिसिस के ऊपर ही निर्भर कर रही हैं। जितना आपका डेटा रिसर्च में अच्छा और उपयुक्त होगा तब जाके उसके रिजल्ट्स आएंगे। और लास्ट में ब्लॉकचेन मैनेजमेंट के ऊपर सब तरफ सर्वत्र बात की जा रही है। तो इन सारी बातों के साथ में मैं देर से आया उसके लिए तो क्षमा प्रार्थी हूँ, और अरोड़ा साहब ने जो बात कही उसके ऊपर तो कोई बात हो नहीं सकती है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Sir, in such a lucid way, you have enlightened us. You touched all the aspects which is today's need. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. Moving forward, we have a guest of honor, Professor Nina Poydanosek, joining us from Ukraine through Zoom. Professor Nina is a doctor of economic science, professor of accounting and audit department, Ferenc Rakosi, Transcarpathian Hungarian in College of Higher Education, Berogova, Ukraine. Ma'am has more than 20 years of practical and teaching experience. Ma'am is a foreign associate member of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences and a full member of the Chamber of Auditors and Accountants of Ukraine. Vice President of Federal Academy of India, she has also authored and co-authored more than 180 scientific publications in WS, Scopus, books with ISBN numbers and monographs. She has been the moderator and co-organizer of numerous international conferences, workshops, and webinars. With so much being heard about her, we can't wait to listen from her. I would request a technical team to kindly connect us with Professor Nina and request Professor Nina to kindly enrich us by her address.
Namaste. Thank you for your kind words of introduction. Dear participants and distinguished...
Ma'am, you're not audible.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Ma'am, please give
Hello?
us 1 minute so that we can deal with the technical issues.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. All set, ma'am.
Yeah,
Please,
thank
ma'am.
you. Namaste. Thank you for your kind words of introduction. Thank you very much. Dear participants and distinguished guests, I'm very glad to welcome you from Ukraine. As you may see behind me, the background is the Carpathian Mountains, where I live. If to say more precisely, the place of my vital interest is Transcarpathia. It is a western part of Ukraine, near the border with such European countries as Slovakia, Romania, and Hungary. It's a great pleasure and an honor to be invited to address you today during inaugural ceremony. I had a nice opportunity to participate in conferences organized by INSPIRA Research Association in the end of 2021. I was appreciated for such nice opportunities. And I may state that INSPIRA Research Association is a really well-known organization that organizes various scientific events at a high level. Personally, I am grateful to the president of INSPIRA Research Association, Professor Dr. S.S. Modi, and the organizing committee and the hosting institutions as well for the invitation to this event and for having an opportunity to welcome you today. The core issues of the conference and main focuses have been outlined today by the respected speakers and distinguished guests already. I would like to maybe say a few words as well, that the conference is multidisciplinary and is devoted to research and innovation in the many fields that outlined and focuses in the topic of the conference, that is in management, commerce, women empowerment, education, pollution control, and environmental sustainability. For the first sight, it could seem that incompatible things have been combined together in one topic. But from the point of a systematic approach view, the reasons of many problems may lie in completely different planes. The core objective of science is to find out these connections. As an example, I would like to mention the current situation in Ukraine, namely the confrontation between Russia and Ukraine, which turned into Russia's armed aggression against Ukraine. I may state that the main prerequisite for it is a systematic crisis of Russian statehood that transformed into an attempt of the Russian political elite to restore the Russian empire, expand control over the part of the world, and retain global hegemony that lost with the collapse of the USSR and economic decline. From the first start, it could seem that maybe it's all about political aspects, but full-scale Russian invasion into Ukraine in February 2022 has thrown global financial markets into severe turmoil. Apart from social problems, it had led to recessions in many European countries. As you know exactly, prices of gas, critical for households and the industry, more than trebled since June to September 2022. Actually, I could continue the list of troubles that various countries faced due to the war, but that really wouldn't solve the problem. The objective issue that I would like to state today is obviously the lack of an equally deep awareness in all decision makers and the whole mankind, how close interconnections and the globalization of the world affect our lives, and that we should be responsible in front of the next generations for the consequences of our actions at any particular time moment in time. Another example that I may mention today regarding many problems and their solutions may lie in completely different planes was the pandemic hit. The big question was how it would affect innovations. Today's topic regards and associated with innovations, so we have to talk about a little bit about it as well. Historical evidence suggested before a severe cutback in innovation investments. However, in spite of the human and economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic, governments and enterprises in many parts of the world have really increased their investments in innovation. While the crisis has naturally stimulated interest in innovative health care solutions, it has also catalyzed other areas such as remote working, distant learning, e-commerce, and mobility solutions. By the way, the pandemic and the economic crisis did not have a strong impact on the leaders of the Global Innovative Index. According to the Index 2022, Switzerland has remained in the top 3 of the innovative ranking for the 12th year in a row, followed by the United States, Sweden, the United Kingdom, and the Netherlands. China is nearing the top 10, while Turkey and India enter the top 40 for the first time, according to that index. As far as I remember, India occupied 46th position in that index in the 2021. Yeah, in fact, there are lots of challenges and threats to innovation development that could be discussed regarding the sphere that we are mentioning today: management, commerce, women empowerment, education, pollution control, and environmental sustainability. We really live in a very dynamic world, and only those who use innovative approaches along with principles of sustainable development can reach success and stable economic growth at these turbulent surroundings. We are all working and work in education, so the education is core aspect at today's conference. So we have to talk about maybe future of the education. And I may state that it is likely to be shaped by ongoing advancements in technology and changes in the way we approach teaching and learning. A few possible trends and developments that could affect the future of education I can mention. The first one, we talk about digital learning. The COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the shift towards digital learning, with many schools and universities moving to online or blended learning models. The trend is likely to continue as digital technologies become more accessible and effective. The second point I would like to mention: personalized learning. Advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning that mentioned already by speakers today could enable the creation of more personalized learning experiences that adapt to needs and preferences of individual students. Neural networks are developing every day. More and more neural apps are appearing every day that can do absolutely anything. And we, teachers, have to adapt to it. Proper use of them could lead to more efficient and effective learning outcomes. Third, collaborative learning. The ability to work collaboratively with others is an important skill of the 21st century. Education systems are likely to focus more on group projects and peer-to-peer learning to prepare students for this. Everyone knows about lifelong learning. With the pace of technological change accelerating, the need for lifelong learning is becoming increasingly important. Here we may mention such a phenomena or a problem at the labor market as ageism, an assumption that older people are less capable, less productive, or less valuable as younger people. That's why continuing education and upskilling is becoming more essential for individuals to remain competitive in the job market. And globalization, finally, globalization, that it's a trend for the future of education. As the world becomes more interconnected, education systems will need to prepare students for a globalized workforce. This could involve teaching cross-cultural competencies and promoting international collaboration. Overall, the future of education is likely to be shaped by a combination of technology, globalization, and changing societal needs. While it is difficult to predict exactly how these factors will influence education, it is clear that we are moving towards a more digital, personalized, and collaborative learning environment. As far as I am concerned, and I recognize the program of today's conference, about 100 paper presenters are going to deliver a talk today. So this conference is a nice opportunity and the kind of open platform to share your innovative ideas and multidisciplinary scientific research results. I deeply believe that some of the most important ideas, as well as the exchange of information and views, will contribute to the future development of new scientific directions and more tight cooperation. I am sure that in the spirit of open discussions, willing cooperation to solve mutual problems, new scientific discoveries may appear today at the intersection of scientific interests. And this will be a successful event, I hope. I would like to summarize my speech by expressing my best wishes to you to enjoy perception of new ideas and good luck. I'm sure your ideas will contribute greatly to your appreciated efforts for developing innovations in the fields of management, commerce, women empowerment, education, pollution control, and environmental sustainability. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am. We are grateful to you, Professor Nina, for joining and addressing our audiences. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your impressive words. It was a pleasure listening to you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Moving forward, now I request Professor Chai Chin Ten, sir, from Thailand, to address our audience. Please, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. You are able to hear my voice?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Thank you very much, and for inviting me to the Inspirat's International Conference. It has been always a great pleasure to be able to join all of you. In today's sessions, we have the innovations and in research and various topics, management and others, economic field, and also we have this subsequently social sciences and so on and so forth. Actually, I prepared presentations, but it's okay. What I was trying to say is that innovation in research is not well, it can be realized through various different ways. Of course, one of the most important ways is the observation. We have to be open-minded, carefully listens to the voices and the natures, the realities of the whatever happens to us in our subjects of research, and then use our intellectual capabilities that we have. All of our researchers have learned, whether we are engineers or scientists or the social scientists or the management practices, to inductively generates the theoretical concepts and structures, so that we can integrate the concepts in a very structured way, in a way that we can experience and derive strategies and performs a systematic investment. Structural theories or structural model is really nothing but a way of allowing us to explain the concepts and reality in a very simple structured way. And structures is good because without structures, investors are not able to realize how we can come up with a return on investment. And at the same time, with a structure, whether it is structures of operations or structures of machineries or structures of concept, it represents that we know ways our input, process, and outputs, where our monies goes into, and how our monies are being processed, and eventually how we generate the monies in return. So everything is the same, whether it is in social sciences or in businesses. And so that in a simple terms or in the philosophical term, we call it induction. At the same time, we also observe from literature reviews, observe from a repertoire of knowledge that we have, and that I think in a simple term we call deduction. And so it is very, very important that we have to make, as a researchers or as a practitioners, we have to continue to observe our reality in a very neutral way, and perhaps also need to be in a triangulated way, in the sense that not just listens to one direction or one aspect of of reality, but incorporate various different angles. And we call the researcher, we call it triangulations. And I think these 2 days we will have many researchers have gone through these triangulations and research analysis to present to us valid research and reliable process. So INSPIRA Research has organized the international conferences and instilled in all of us, including myself, continuously with observations capabilities and analytical capabilities. They organize international conferences, not only international conferences, but also workshops to provide, equip all the researchers with analytic capabilities. And one of the emerging analytic capabilities, I think, is artificial intelligence. And surprisingly, like a ChatGPT has already taken its trend, and that has already signified as implies to us that artificial intelligence and big data are equally important. Our brains, our capability of doing research is not comparable to machinery, and that is the reasons why we need to engage and exploit the technological advantages, which is the innovations theme of these 2 international conferences. So it can use the big data to help us.
Professor Chen.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. I would like to thank you for your wishes and your valuable words. We'll continue with the technical session after half an hour.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We also have with us Professor Kinri Thakkar from Mumbai. Ma'am will be joining us soon for the technical session that will be held after half an hour. Thank you, ma'am, for being here with us. Thank you. Souvenir is the crux, manifesto, and the declaration of the event and its details. We have also come up with an exhaustive, comprehensive, and an all-inclusive souvenir presenting the messages from great personalities from politics, administration, academics, and industry. Abstracts from the researchers from across the globe are included in it. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly unveil and release the conference souvenir. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries. As we are reaching towards the end of the inaugural session, we wish to thank each and everyone present here physically or online to be part of the program. For the formal vote of thanks, I would request Conference Joint Secretary Dr. Aarti Chopra to kindly come up on the stage.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tanu Yadav, for inviting me for the formal vote of thanks. A grateful heart is the halt for many miracles. And we at INSPIRA Research Association totally believe in thanking and recognizing the efforts of everyone who has contributed to an event. A very good afternoon to each one of you. I, Dr. Aarti Chopra, in capacity of the Joint Secretary of INSPIRA Research Association and the Conference Joint Secretary, take privilege to propose vote of thanks at the end of the inaugural ceremony of International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research and Innovations in Management, Commerce, Economics, Women Empowerment, Education, Pollution Control, and Environmental Sustainability, being jointly organized by one of the most prestigious and the oldest college working in women education, that is SS Jain, Subodh, PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya, along with INSPIRA Research Association-IRA, Jaipur. We are living in a world which is changing with the wink of an eye. This is an industry 4.0, which is a new age revolution. We have to learn to adopt these innovations, these changes, otherwise we'll go obsolete. Innovation is there, striking in every sphere of life. As academicians, as researchers, as professors, it is our duty to keep an eye on the opportunities and challenges related to such innovations in every sphere of life. This conference is a great effort to bring out the new age knowledge and information to one platform. At the outset, I wish to show our indebtedness towards our chief guest, Professor Rajiv Jain, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, who has spared his valuable time and benefited us immensely with his words of wisdom. Thank you so much, sir. Sir के लिए कहना चाहूंगी, दिल की अपनी ही एक भाषा होती है, दिल की अपनी ही एक भाषा होती है, किसी से मिलने पर आशा और किसी से मिलने पर निराशा होती है. कम ही मिलते हैं ऐसे व्यक्ति जीवन में, कम ही मिलते हैं ऐसे व्यक्ति जीवन में जिनसे मिलने की बार बार अभिलाषा होती है. और सर वैसे ही एक व्यक्ति है जिनसे, जैसा कि सर ने कहा कि मैं इंस्पिरा की बहुत सारी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस से जुड़ता रहा हूं, उसके पीछे सर यही कारण है कि हमारी आपसे मिलने की अभिलाषा बार बार होती है. I wish to extend my heartiest gratefulness towards the patrons in absentia, Shri N.R. Kothari ji, President, Shri R.C. Jain Sahab, Vice President, Shri S.S. Bothra Sahab, Honorary Secretary, Shri Vinod Lodha Sahab, Joint Secretary in absentia, S.S. Jain Subodh Shiksha Samiti, Jaipur, for agreeing to this collaboration, which would definitely prove to be a significant platform for all the academicians and researchers. I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Shri V.C. Daga, convener, S.S. Jain Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya, for his gracious presence and words of wisdom. Thank you so much for motivating us with your kind words, sir. I would like to salute the effective administration of Professor S.S. Modi, former Professor, Department of ABST, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, past President, Indian Accounting Association, and President, INSPIRA Research Association, and the conference chairperson and convener. It is because of his guidance and effective administration that always result in the smooth functioning of any conference. Thank you so much, Professor Modi, for being a great mentor and administrator. I am grateful to the conference convener, Professor Renu Joshi, Principal SS Jain Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya, for her cooperation and coordination throughout the planning phase of this conference. Madam Renu, along with the whole team of SS Jain Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya, worked really hard for this conference. We are really thankful to the whole team of the college. I would especially like to thank our special guest for the inaugural ceremony, Professor Ramesh K. Arora, Sir, Chairman, Management Development Academy, Jaipur, for his thrilling, motivating, and positive presence. His words, you all will agree to me, his words reach directly to the core of our hearts. And all our senses get, lighten up while listening to him. We are really grateful to Sir for his motivating address. Thank you, Professor Ramesh K. Arora, sir. I'm grateful to Professor Anshu Dandia, Emeritus Scientist and Department of Professor Dean, Department of Chemistry, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, for her gracious presence and her pearls of wisdom. Ma'am, Anshu Dandia is a rare blend of beauty and brains. We are so thankful to ma'am for accepting our request and be here and motivating the audiences. Thank you so much, ma'am. आप दोनों गेस्ट्स के लिए मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि आपकी खुशबू जग में फैले, आपकी खुशबू जग में फैले, आपका यश हिम पर्वत तक हो। यही दुआ है हमारी कि आपकी आयु शत शत हो। आप यहाँ पधारे, उसके लिए आपका तहे दिल से आभार व धन्यवाद। I would like to show the deep sense of gratitude towards our guest of honor who joined us through technological intervention and added the beauty to the conference. Professor Nina Poitanoist from Hungarian College of Higher Education, Ukraine, and Professor Chai Ching Tan sir from Thailand. Professor Chai Ching Tan sir, I would request you to please stay here with us, because you are going to address in technical session, which is going to start in half an hour or 45 minutes. I would also request Professor Kinri Thakkar to kindly stay with us, because she will address the technical session that is going to start after half an hour. I would especially like to thank the chairpersons who are going to chair the technical sessions 1 and 2 today that will take place after the inaugural ceremony. Technical session 1 will be chaired by our very own Professor Anil Mehta sir, Professor of Management, Banasthali Vidyapeeth, former Professor, Dean, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, and Senior Vice President, Inspira Research Association. Session 2 will be chaired by Professor Mathureshwar Parikh, former Dean, Faculty of Education, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. I am grateful to our additional chairpersons for both the technical sessions who will elevate the grace of the sessions. We have Professor Gaurav Lodha with us, Professor Vijay Singh Rathod, Professor Mamta Jain ma'am with us, Professor Ashok Kumar sir, Professor Ashok Sharma sir. We are glad to have you here. We have Dr. Mudit Gupta sir with us, Principal LBS College. Thank you so much for your gracious presence, sir. Our intellectual keynote speakers would definitely benefit the researchers with their expertise and experience. We are grateful again to Professor Chai Ching Tan sir, who has joined us from Rajmangala University, Thailand. CMA Professor Kinri Thakkar, who has joined us from University of Mumbai. Dr. Meghna Chhabra from Manav Rachna International Institute of Research, Faridabad, and Dr. Manisha Kaushik from SKIT, Jaipur. I wish to express my deep sense of gratitude to the whole organizing committee from both the organization, Professor Anil Mehta, Dr. Indu Sharma, Dr. Swati Jain, Dr. Ruchika Sharma, Dr. Ashok Sharma, Dr. Tekchand Sharma, and everyone else from the college, SS Jain Subodh, PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya, and Inspira Research Association, including ma'am, Dr. Tanu, who is handling the stage so beautifully for their persistent efforts for organizing this conference. We shall have renowned and eminent personalities with us tomorrow also for the sessions and valedictory. I really wish and pray that these 2 days would prove to be a significant juncture for all the researchers and academicians, and of course the paper presenters who have come from all across the globe. Thank you so much. आप उपस्थित गणमान्य जनों की उन फूलों की तरह हैं जो अपनी महक और ताजगी संपूर्ण बगीचे को महका देते हैं. आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन व आभार. Thank you so much everyone. If mistakenly I am forgetting someone's name, please forgive me. But we are from core of our heart, we are thankful to everyone who has been a part of this ceremony. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aarti Chopra. ज्ञान एक दिव्य शक्ति है जो बल को हरा सकती है. ज्ञान एक दिव्य शक्ति है जो बल को हरा सकती है. आप जैसे बुद्धिजीवी हमारे बीच पधारे हैं, आप सभी के हम ऋणी हैं. I request all the guests and the participants to kindly proceed towards tea in room 105, and then the technical sessions will start. Technical session 1 will take place in the same hall, while session 2 will be held in room 102. Thank you so much.
Coordinator technical session 1 will be Dr. Akanksha Johar, and the repetier will be Dr. Anju. Dr. Anjulata Joshi will be the repetier for the session. We are going to begin our session within few minutes. Kindly settle down. This session is on hybrid mode. We have technical team with us. So now I please hand over the stage to the coordinator, Dr. Akanksha Johar, for technical session 1.
Hello. The next 50 unicorns will be technologies that create something related to sustainability. 2021-22 brought much disruption, whether it was shaking up the normal 9-to-5 office schedule, introducing new forms of digital currency into the market, or reprioritizing company values. Machine learning is changing or will change every industry, and leaders need to understand the basic principles, the potential, and the limitations. All predefined notions have changed tremendously in the new world order. The new normal would define a leader. As part of being an authentic leader is knowing what you don't know and accepting lessons from all directions. This is what has made everything look simpler, yet very challenging. Acceptability and adjustments are the prerequisites for sustainability in a competent global market in the new world order. Pleasant and warm afternoon greetings I extend to one and all. Today, I, Dr. Akanksha Johar, Executive Member at Inspira Research Association Jaipur, welcome each one of you to the first technical session, Research and Innovations in Management, Commerce and Information Technology, organized in a hybrid mode where people from different time zones would be joining us, along with the offline participants in the auditorium. Of this 2-day international conference on multidisciplinary research and innovations in management, commerce, economics, women empowerment, education, pollution control, and environmental sustainability, ICMRI 2023 at SS Jain, Subodh, PG Mahila, Mahavidyalaya. It is a pleasure to have the benign presence of a chairperson, Professor Dr. Anil Mehta, sir, Professor of Management, School of Legal Studies, Vanasthali Vidyapeeth, Vanasthali, with us. Sir, we humbly welcome a luminary like you to the conference. I would now request Dr. Indu Sharma and Dr. Swati Jain to present a shawl and token of gratitude to Professor Dr. Anil Mehta, sir, chairperson for the day. I request everyone the dignitaries to come on the stage. I request Professor Modi and Professor Lodha, sir, to also join us on the stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you, teachers. We are equally grateful to welcome the additional chairpersons with us, Professor Dr. Gaurav Lodhaji, Professor, Department of Commerce, School of Business and Commerce, Manipal University, Jaipur, and Professor Dr. Vijay Singh Rathorji, Director, Shri Karni Universe College, Jaipur. We welcome you to the conference, sir. I request Dr. Ravikant Modi and Dr. Ruchika Sharma to present a shawl and token of gratitude to Professor Dr. Gaurav Lodha, our Assistant Chairperson for the day. I also request Dr. Anjulata Joshi and Dr. Aarti Chopra to present a shawl and token of gratitude to Professor Dr. Vijay Singh Rathore, our Assistant Chairperson for the day. We are graced with the benign presence through online mode of our keynote speakers, Dr. Shai Shing Tan, Management Specialist, Faculty of Management and Information Technology, Raja Mangala University of Technology, Taiwan, OK, Thailand. Also, we have CMA Dr. Kinnari V. Thakur, Professor and Head, Department of Commerce, University of Mumbai, Kalina, Santa Cruz. Both of our keynote speakers have joined us through online mode. We welcome you, sir and ma'am. Without further ado, with the permission from our chairperson and assistant chairpersons, we begin our keynote address. For the same, I invite our first keynote speaker, Dr. Shai Shin Tan, to please take over the conference.
Thank you, Dr. Kinnari. Let me share my screen. Okay, you're able to see my screen now? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for inviting me. Hopefully, I'm able to share a couple of useful ideas. The topic that I would be explaining would be rural tourist destinations, where I would look into the tourist behaviors, not from the perspective of literature reviews, but from the observation. As I have explained it a couple of minutes ago, which is through observations from, for example, the trip.com, the comments, the traces of what the perceptions and feelings and attitudes of the tourists who left behind their comments on the experience of their experiences in the trip.com. That would the observations would give us a tentative ideas or structures or models, and where we can use the neural network simulations to confirm or to validate some of the structures, and then we can also use the Topsis ranking to help us figure out which destinations are being ranked accordingly. So Guizhou is one of the very beautiful place, ecological, sustainable, has a rich sustainability, rich tourist destination sites located in the south of China. It's relatively still in compared with other cities, is still the GDP is still one of the lowest, and but it has a lot of most of GDP are contributed by tourist destinations. So understanding the tourist behaviors is very important, and not many theoretical research has explored. So hopefully we can gain some understanding, gain some knowledge from observation from the internet. We call ethnography. So without going into the literature reviews, my sharing with you will be from the ethnographic analysis of the 3 destination sites that would help us to develop a tentative theoretical model where we can then understand what are the variables and their relationship, and from there we can develop a questionnaire so that we can collect all the data and do the neural network simulations and continuously to Topsis or structural equations modeling and do some conclusions. So it could be a basic fundamental way of getting our PhD students or master students to understand theoretical phenomena of a tourist behavior phenomena from the scratch without getting too detailed into the literature review. Of course, you can after that you can perform a systematic literature review, particularly useful for is needed for the PhD students, not so strict for the so stringent for the master degree. This is one of these destinations. I'll just illustrate, how we observe and develop the ideas, concepts, and then I will jump all the way to the theoretical model, so we can skip many pages. For example, this is one of the destination village, South Sing Dong village, where it is, you can see that's very crowded, located in the valleys of the mountains, ecologically rich, sustainable, and ethnics, a lot of rich ethnicities. So if you go into the trip.com and before you go into maybe book hotels or the local accommodations, you probably can go into the trip.com, type in the keywords, type in the words South Sing Dong village, and they will give you a lot of customers, tourists perceptions of the experiences. For instance, this is one of these tourist perception. It says that the peaceful town with unique architecture, visiting the terraces is a must. Walking up to really experience it, but it is too hot. You can take the bus for whatever. So that if you look carefully into this, you probably can figure it out. Some of the variables, such as there are certain attraction, tourist experiences, and perhaps tourist loyalties, depends on how you interpret the perception. If you look into again, this one will be a little bit more sentences, which is good. This area it is not only known as the first village, so there is identity. It's very important for destinations to have a clear identity. That is a very significant attraction to the tourists. So it is also known the town of the drum towers and the first drum towers in the village, different styles. So for the grand views, but also the town of singing and dancing every other years, blah blah blah. The 2 streams merge into a small river through the villages. The houses in the village are dry, drought, crane scales, and you can see the sustainability issues and sustainability attractions and factors in that area. And again, a very distinctive cottage is not completely commercialized, that it's some sustainability, and so it has some native perspective against sustainable identity. Overall, the environment is good, and it is a good place, a good commendation from the tourists, satisfactions to some extent. And the minorities has not been developed too much commercially, has very good scenery. The local peoples are very simple and very beautiful, very good. Temperature difference between the morning and evening is relatively large. Again, you can figure out some of the variables. So we go through all this perception and different destinations. There are a lot of destinations you can go into one by one, depending on the time that you spend. For me, I spend a relatively shorter time just to illustrate to the PhDs and the master students. So this is another area, and again, you can go through and digest all these perceptions and understanding and figure it out what happened. So after this observation, we have come to intuitively or preliminary conceptualize this variable into a structure such as this. We see that a lot of tourist satisfactions and loyalty, that they have positive understandings of the places, and they are willing to come back again, or they say that they are spending too little times and they wish they have more time, and they do a lot of buying and so on and so forth. We see that these tools are the ultimate variables that we will use to develop the quantitative questionnaire, and we see that there are some of the very important, critical, and significant variables such as authenticities of the places, sustainability, ability of the places, which is very interesting because many of the literature reviews of these tourist destinations look into ways we can establish sustainability, but then tourist behavior also actually consider the abilities of the destinations that can deliver sustainability as one of the very important perceptions that can influence that whether they will continue to come to the plans or satisfaction. So not only authenticity, but sustainability is very, very important. A lot of tourists also consider flow experiences, meaning in the sense that they are totally immersed in the area and fully engaged with activities. They have a lot of adventurous activities, which I have just shown to you, but not in detail. And some of them, probably due to some personalities attached, they also seems to attach to the places. So there are a couple of very interesting variables that we call it organisms variables or internal perceptions variables or whatever being described by the feelings and perceptions and attitudes of the tourists. And there are two dimensions of these of the drivers or the factors that were influenced all the perceptions, and one of them is the destinations, which I have already explained to you, such as attraction, a destination identity. But again, there are also some of this, some of the places where they provided amenity services where you can rent the ethnic crowds and take photo taking, and also you can interact with the ethnic rulers community. And so rural interactions is very important, and many people has iterated, have explained that the rural interaction is very important. Again, when we go to a tourist site, especially the rural community, the ability to interact with the with the ethnics, with the residents are very, very important, so that we can understand their lifestyles, we can taste their local food, we can understand how they do the agricultures or some of these value-added services. Also, the other domain is very much tourist-driven. On the tourist-driven side, experiences are very, very important drivers, and we can see there are a lot of sensory experience drivers. There are a lot of experiences that need you to use some cognitive effort. And again, a lot of emotional. And of course, if you go into the literature review, this is not done by literature review, but if you systematically explore more data, probably you will match these literature review in a sense of more diversified experiences, more types of experiences, such as other types of experiences that have already explained in the literature. Another one is promotion oriented in a sense that there is another thing is not many people really like the place. But again, some of the people really get attached to it because of personality matching. So people going to rural communities and highlands areas, not necessarily that everyone would like to go there. It really depends on the personality. So personality matching is one of the important drivers. The other one is these promotional materials, and a lot of people mentioned that the promotional material they read from magazines and from internet are very much really reflecting on their experiences. So because of the matching, it means that the promotions are authentic, and that is the reasons how you see some authenticities and so on and so forth. So these are the basic model that we generate, not from literature reviews, but from these observations. I hope that most of the researchers, we already are very expert in this inductive concept generation. So let's before we do any any neural network analysis or structural equations modeling or whatever, we need to ensure that that all the variables are in proper validities and reliabilities. And again, I just want to demonstrate to you that I collected many sample size, but it's very strangely is that as this sample size goes up, in some of these the variations will go higher, and the validity reliabilities probably will drop. So that is probably explainable in the sense that we are, tourists are coming from various different places, and it is not necessary that the more sample size that we do, the better concentrated narrow standard deviations it is. It could widen the standard deviation. But again, I choose the 500 sample size, and they all have relatively good reliabilities and total variations to explain the divergence and convergence validities. So again, you can do all this analysis. Everyone has done it. And so now we have done that all the variable has already achieved a certain good level of reliabilities and convergent discriminant validity. So it is appropriate for us to do some further analysis.
I request you to please sum up your
Yeah, very quickly now. Yeah, so couple 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah. So the simulations, for example, we can simulate neural network simulations, and we can therefore understand that tourist loyalties are being able to achieve by various variables, and all these variables then those are the variables that are neural network simulators, and then we can then put into this use the neural network weights of the neural networks to go into the top six optimizations, and we can these are the neural network weights, and we can then identify the ranking of the destinations, how do they rank from the perceptions of the customers. It also can do the structural equations modeling. So again, in short, we have seen that this neural network simulation is very important, and it's very capable of helping you to inductively derive and validate a structures model that where you can observe from your reality, not necessarily go through literature review. But of course, if you want to get into scopus, you use that fundamental understanding. You can do a extensive literature review and ensure that all the variables are being expressed in a way that that you know whether the significant contribution theoretically or empirically. So thank you very much, and I hope you gain some good benefit from the explanation of this sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chai Ching Teng, for your very, very elaborate and comprehensive presentation, and very well used that structural modeling. Indeed, a good presentation and base for the research in the field of tourism particularly. Thank you, Dr. Chang. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs. Next, we would hear from another keynote speaker, CMA Dr. Kinnari V. Thakur, Professor and Head, Department of Commerce, University of Mumbai, Kalina, Santa Cruz. Ma'am, we are all ears open to listen to you.
So very good afternoon to each one of you. And it has always been a pleasure to be associated with Modi sir, Senior Modi, Junior Modi sir, and always be a pleasure to also meet Anil Mehta sir. And at present, all other dignitaries who are here. Let me start with share some thoughts which I have related to education and research, higher education and research. Actually, I'm going to discuss general need of promoting higher education and promoting research in our higher education. So you all will agree, whoever is in higher education, they will all agree that without research, the value of higher education is diminishes. Then there will be no difference between higher education and the normal education which we are taking at a school or a college level. So you need to have, so you need to promote a lot of research activity compared to what our country lies in ranks vis-a-vis the other countries. That research which we should have been promoted earlier is not visible at present in terms of the proportion of GDP which is assigned to our research. Though we all say that research is a priority function, a pivotal point of higher education institution, the development of research culture, which is highly influenced by the paradigm of the institutions in which they operate, that development of culture is mostly witnessed only in IITs and IIMs. It is not so prominent nowadays. Also in many private universities, you will see that research is becoming one of fulcrum of their the institution. Why research should be given too much of importance? There are 3 major international rankings which has a widespread reception, and one of them is Academic World Ranking of Universities, QS World University Rankings, and Times Higher Education. Now, Times Higher Education ranking is the ranking where research is the only main criteria on the basis of which the institution is ranked. So most of these rankings, they put premium on research and research related areas. So when I say research related areas, what do actually I mean by that? Research related areas means after doing your research, what amount of citation, what amount of H index, I index, the institution, the researcher working with the institution is able to get at this credit. So that is what is considered as research related areas. The Times Higher Education University ranking is the only ranking publication that evaluates research-led universities. If you read the new National Education Policy document, it is a clear-cut mention about certain universities to be granted the status of research universities, wherein only work will be done. No teaching learning will happen, neither the post-graduation nor any other kind of teaching learning will happen in such universities. Now, it is yet to unfold that which kind of universities will come under these criteria of research-led universities. However, promoting research, giving a push to research is most important because 32% of the weightage which is given to teaching, but 32% of weightage is also given to research. So both plays a very, very important role in terms of weightage, where research, the institutions with good research work stands apart and recognized and is well recognized at a global level. A criteria is separately only for citations. 25% of the weightage is given to these criteria, where citations and other research related activities, that is industry innovations, which are closely linked to that is also used as a measure, that is 25 and 2.5. So if you see in terms of weightage, the proportion of weightage which is given to research stands more higher, one notch higher than compared to that which is given to teaching. So what should be the way or a means of achieving and boosting as well as strengthening our research activities in each institutions and overall strengthening our research outcome for a nation as a whole, because we are the young populated as well as blessed, we can say, with young population. And young population is on technological savvy as well as the use of different tools, techniques. They are very adaptive to all these types of technology and tools which are coming up very fast at a greater pace in research activity also. One needs to understand that the very purpose of the higher education is to carry out research to demystify the secret of nature. In pragmatic terms, if you see, research will be searching for new products, new process, which can make life and society better. It is also observed that historically, the countries that invested in research in higher education progressed disproportionately to the other geographical counterparts, because right from the beginning they realized the relevance and the importance of research, and probably now they are bearing the fruits of whatever investments they have made in the research area. Now, how do we achieve this? The ways and means of initiating research. The first and foremost step will be to migrate to learning paradigm. What we are doing now, we are teaching. So if you break away from the current way of teaching centered institution, instead of that you try to make it a learning centered institution, I think that will be the first step to initiate and to initiate a research footprint at a different significant level. It should also be enabled to the learner to develop attributes which are essentially provoking learners to think aloud, and ability to question established norms and understanding. Whatever is existing, we are trying to accept it. Even in accountancy, if you see the area, I think of accountancy is the area where least kind of research has happened. We all accept two methods of depreciation. We all accept these are the ways in which the accounting process and transactions needs to be recorded. So we are accepting the established norms. If you start allow the candidates, the students, the learners to think aloud in a different way, probably then we'll be able to initiate more of research. Now, what do we understand when we talk about research in commerce? In science, everybody knows that new product, new innovations and everything happens. But when you talk about research in commerce and management, essentially we are trying to focus on and identify eliminating non-value added activities. You search for effectiveness and productivity. We try to search for infallible accounting and management practices. If we already have infallible accounting management practices in place, we would not have the PNB case and the Adani case at present. Because of the lack of governance and infallible accounting practices, we are probably witnessing all these kind of situations which happened to Satyam, then the Kingfisher, and then PNB, and so on, So this is what one has to try to see, that when you do research, you are trying to eliminate non-value added services and bring about new different type of practices in recording of transactions as well as in governance and in all other areas. However, funding becomes the main part. Research is a function of funding. If most of the countries where research has been at its highest level is funded by funding agencies. Whenever there is a funding, the scope of going in depth becomes greater. Otherwise, it will be just a superficial and just an overview of the research which has been conducted. Funding agencies will help us enable the researcher to dwell more deeper and deeper in any research area which one tries to the area which what a researcher has tried to achieve. And two important points through this discussion I'd like to convey and maybe share with with the dignitaries and all the participants is research should be such that it helps in knowledge valorization. So two type of points and two takeaways from this discussion today is one, knowledge valorization. Now, what do you mean by knowledge valorization? It is a process of creating value from knowledge by linking different areas and sectors, transforms data and research results into sustainable products, solutions that benefit the society. It improves economic prosperity, environmental benefits, social progress and policy making. This is a definition, but I will show you what does actually the cycle of valorization means. In higher education, you gain knowledge. Okay, when you gain knowledge, what is the purpose of that? How to translate that knowledge into something, a research work, which you through higher education, through taking a higher education. Whatever knowledge you have gained, you should try to create value from the knowledge. In return, the knowledge should be suitable and available for economic and societal use. So either you use it as a commercial purpose or you use it for a socio-economic benefit. That depends on what kind of translation of knowledge to value you have made. So first you translate it to value, make it to a commercial or socio-economic benefit, and either you translate it into competitive products, services, processes, and entrepreneurial activity. So this is what valorization one should try to achieve when you are taking education, and especially you are indulging yourself into research while undertaking your education. And last point which I like to mention here is why there are certain countries where a research outcome is considered as a flawless outcome, wherein they are not questioned. That once it is a research definitely outcome, this country's research outcome will definitely not be plagiarized or copied or counterfeited, because it will not be a counterfeited type, because there are institutions which supports that. There is a research concordat. Many universities, UK, US, all these universities, they have a research concordat. What is that? That is a legal backing of the research outcome. Unless these research passes through the legal processes, wherein while publishing or releasing the final outcome, the process itself and tries to identify whether there is any repetition or whether there is any kind of plagiarism which is involved in that. So if these legal systems are set in place, only then
may I request you, Professor Thakkar, to please wind up your presentation.
So I think with this, I would like to say that what we all need to do is we need to have a positive research culture. We need to include academic and professional services and other stakeholders for developing this positive research culture. Interdisciplinary networking and collaboration will definitely be helpful in inculcating a very a different level of research culture in our higher education. And I think with this
thank you so much, Professor Thakkar. Indeed, it was a very, very thought-provoking and useful presentation given by you. Very rightly pointed out by you that the education should be having that value orientation. Creating value for the stakeholders is very, very important. Apart from that, everything depends on the funds, and the government should be generous in allocating the fund for, particularly in the field of research and education. And you have very rightly pointed out that unless education is imparted, keeping it in view the stakeholders, unless there is a quality consciousness in education, perhaps it will not be useful. So quality education, value orientation, and continuous research in terms of the content of what we are delivering and the pedagogy. They are the important area for research. Thank you very much, Professor Kinri Thakkar, for your wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Due to some unforeseen reasons, one of our keynote speaker couldn't join us in person, but ma'am had ensured that she joins us through online mode. On this note, I welcome Dr. Meghna Chhabra.
Just a minute. Before Meghna starts her presentation, I just wanted to know that how many presenters are there who want to present in physical mode? Please raise your hands. 9. So may I request Professor S.S. Modi that kindly accommodate these 9 physical presentation in other seminar hall. So I request the presenters on physical mode to please move towards the other conference hall so that they can give presentation there. Please. Over to moderator, please.
Thank you, sir, for that announcement. So we have with us Dr. Meghna Chhabra, Associate Professor, Entrepreneurship and Finance, Faculty of Management Studies, Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, Faridabad, Haryana. We welcome you, ma'am. We request you to kindly proceed with your keynote address.
Yes, thank you so much for the introduction. There's a slight update. I've joined now Delhi School of Business, New Delhi. I no longer work with Manav Rachna, but that's all right. Thank you so much, Inspira Research Association and the team at SS Jain, Subodh, PG Mahavidyalaya, Jaipur, for inviting me to this most coveted platform of ICMRI 2023. My regards and greetings to Professor Anil Mehta ji and all the dignitaries present on the dais. And thank you, Dr. Tan, Dr. Kinri, for highlighting your research and the significance of research in higher education. So I have been attending the keynote speeches earlier also, and a lot has been spoken on the significance of research in lots of areas. So considering that, my contents would be full of brevity in terms of my presentation, in terms of my content, and my focus would be mostly on the niche, some kind of niche areas, which I would like to highlight, which can be taken up as a part of research pursuits by the various research scholars. I'll just share my PPT. I hope my PPT is visible. Can somebody please confirm my PPT is visible?
Yes, it is visible. Please proceed.
Okay. So what I have been, this session is research and innovations in economics and women empowerment and education. This is the need of the hour topic, and we need a specific, definite focus on women empowerment and education. But at the same time, although it's not included in these keywords here, my focus also would be on the niche area of sustainability, where we talk about United Nations SDG Agenda 2030. So it is all pervasive, and we cannot talk now about anything in not encompassing this aspect. So when we talk about research and innovations in terms of women empowerment, the first question is, how do we define women empowerment? Is it only financial independence, or is it the independence of decision making? Or is it empowering the women to focus also on their personal development besides the family development? So there are various scholars who have defined women empowerment, but for all simplistic purpose, let's assume that women empowerment means that specifically if we talk about in Indian context, and if we see specifically in rural India, this has been one of the most major issues. So women empowerment necessarily involves empowering women to take their own decisions, to work for their own self-development, and indeed we can say that financial independence plays a very significant role. So this financial independence, the coveted financial independence, can come out of education, training, and giving them a lot of support and hand-holding. which will capacitate them, which will increase, which will be like a capacity building exercise for them. So recently I completed a research project which was sponsored by Indian Council of Social Science and Research. And the entire project was completely focused on capacity building of women entrepreneurs. What are the significant barriers they face? What are the challenges they have in raising funds? What are the challenges in terms of family support and many other factors? And where we talk about family support all the time. So a woman is empowered or not also in Indian context depends upon the mindset and the stereotypes of the society strata where she lives in. So it won't be very difficult for us to understand that in rural India, such kind of setups are very difficult to combat. So women empowerment, I'll necessarily focus my keynote speech on women entrepreneurship, because that is one very significant forte. Even the statistics have proved that women have a significant place. Even if we talk about Mission Atmanirbhar Bharat, we'll agree that women population have a significant place and role to play in that. World Bank in a recent survey has clearly highlighted that if all the women population are earning as much as men throughout their lifetime, the entire earnings will increase by $163 trillion. So that is the amount of power this strata has, the amount of capacity this strata has to contribute not only to the country's GDP, but also to, if we talk about holistically the global development, this strata has huge potential to contribute. So if we talk about women entrepreneurship, if we talk about specifically, because this is a conference which is completely focused on research and the main keyword is also sustainability. From my experience, I have seen that primarily research is done in women entrepreneurship has been focusing around these key areas, that how the capacity can be built, what are the challenges they face in terms of startup finance, in terms of networking, in terms of safety, infrastructure, what are the motivations, whether they are opportunity entrepreneurs, whether they are necessity, whether they are hobby entrepreneurs, foodpreneurs, mompreneurs. Post-COVID, we saw a lot of work from home options. And many mothers and many housewives, they converted into small entrepreneurs and they found their forte in entrepreneurship. And to our pleasant surprise, we can see that many of them are still continuing those enterprises which they built during a necessity, during a financial crisis. So this is a ray of hope for us that this strata has a huge potential of advancing themselves in terms of entrepreneurship. And one more factor which has been significantly discussed in research is what are the factors which contribute to their success, whether it is the family, whether it's the self-motivation, or it is the government support, what are the factors, and various institutional and non-institutional support factors. The theories which I have seen in research, which have been used in terms of women entrepreneurship, focus around institutional theory, resource-based theory, TPB theory, which is theory of planned behavior, where they assess the motivation capacity. So these are the traditional concepts which have been, in which the women entrepreneurship research has been centering around. So my focus here is to highlight, based on my personal experience, since women entrepreneurship research is my forte, I found myself eligible to highlight few areas because I am also working now in the area of SDGs and sustainability, that the contemporary and the state-of-the-art concepts, if we talk about the innovative research ideas in this stream of women empowerment and sustainability, can be linking women entrepreneurs to SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. So the ambitious SDGs, they are not merely intended to benefit the women forces, but women actively contribute to their realization. So specifically, if I talk about SDG 5, which is gender equality, SDG 1, which is no poverty, and SDG 8, which is based on decent work and economic growth, the researches are quite discernible. The links can be clearly established on how women entrepreneurs can contribute to the accomplishment of these SDGs. And I call for the researchers which would focus on ways and means for promoting global initiatives to foster and support women's entrepreneurship to advance innovation, social development, and gender equality. Since the pandemic began, the trends and developments that have occurred, they pose severe setbacks for gender equality, which is a key SDG, and also sustainable development. So this risks slowing down the economic progress worldwide. So in this environment, it is very important to encourage and promote women to come into areas like sustainable entrepreneurship, health, education, and reducing poverty. So it's necessary. So thus, researchers, a good research project, good research papers, and good studies conducted in this direction can contribute significantly in how much women entrepreneurship can aid in achieving United Nations SDGs. Professor Kinnari correctly highlighted the significance of research in higher education and also highlighted the significance of funding. So there are a lot of funding agencies in India as well as in global context, which are inviting researchers in this field, which are specifically connected to sustainable development goals, and developing research projects and developing research studies in this field of women empowerment through women entrepreneurship and connecting them with SDGs would be a very niche area, contemporary, state of the art, and need of the hour. So these are very few points which I would like to highlight, which can be brought to these research studies, which can serve as benchmarks to design those research studies. The first is the gender differences and how women become entrepreneurs while considering the differences as compared to men, the impact of the female workforce participating in entrepreneurial activities and its relevance regarding sustainability, the importance of female entrepreneurship and its link with sustainable development, gender differences when developing entrepreneurial activities and their relationship with sustainability, intrapreneurial female leaders. Intrapreneurial means the corporate female leaders and corporate sustainability orientation, because we are talking about corporate governance, we are talking about ESG compliances. So how these women corporate leaders can focus on corporate sustainability orientations, because climate change is no longer a necessity, it's a crisis, it's an emergency. So we like it or not, we want it or not, our focus has to be a lot focusing on climate change and sustainability. And last but not the least, what are the programs and policies which the governments can develop to encourage women to be sustainable entrepreneurs? What kind of incentives can be given for green initiatives, for green businesses, for using clean energy? With the G20 summit, we see lots of, we are the president of the G20 summit, and lots of focus on clean energy and renewable energy now. So what kind of policies can be done to encourage women to be sustainable entrepreneurs? Maybe some kind of tax subsidies can be given, some kind of tax rebate, some kind of incentives, soft loans, grants can be given to encourage this women's strata into sustainable entrepreneurship. A very small dimension which I would like to add, although I do not intend to go in this detail, is just I'll highlight it that another area which can be linked to this area is how women technology empowers women, and we can bring metaverse concepts like metaverse and ChatGPT into the research area, because ChatGPT is one upcoming concept. And before, since morning, I'm also writing an opinion paper on how ChatGPT can improvise the functioning of the business enterprises. So linking ChatGPT and women empowerment would also be a good idea, a contemporary and state-of-the-art idea to in this kind of research. And last but not the least, I would specifically like to highlight that these areas of studies which I've highlighted in my preceding slides and in my preceding content cannot be, they are not, studies which have a profound data there. So they have to be exploratory studies. And I specifically suggest the scholars and researchers to use more and more qualitative studies which will be based on interviews and data mining in this context. So thank you to all. Thank
you so much, Dr. Meghna Chabra.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
And as a tool for women empowerment, woman entrepreneurship can be a very, very useful means.
Yeah.
And you have really revealed a lot many new areas where researchers can conduct research. You have rightly pointed out that for sustainable entrepreneurship, perhaps new avenues for promotion of entrepreneurship can be explored. And there is a need to research several areas for the development of women entrepreneurship. What are the problems associated with the development of women entrepreneurship? How any area can be developed with the help of new first generation woman entrepreneur? What kind of subsidies, what type of assistance especially can be designed for promotion of women entrepreneurship? And success stories are there in case of women entrepreneurship. So who are the women, successful women entrepreneurs? It is. And one of the important area can be women leadership. That is, what attributes and qualities they should develop, they should imbibe to become the leader. Very, very fascinating area for young researchers, and particularly it's being the Girls College and the faculty here. They can explore a lot of research areas and they can undertake lot many projects for women entrepreneur and women empowerment. Thank you, Dr. Meghna, for your wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Ravi, can we start the online presentation now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
So it's serial number 1. She's available. Dr. Charmi Chetan Parekh.
And before the presentation starts, I request all the presenters to please confine your presentation to very briefly introducing the subject, the highlights of the research methodology and the major findings. Since we have to accommodate large number of presentations, so I request all the presenters to confine their presentation to maximum 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Charmi, please, you can continue. Dr. Chami? No, you are not audible. Please unmute. Unmute yourself. No, you are not unmuted. Please unmute yourself. Yes, now you are unmuted. Please speak. Yeah, we can see you, but you are not audible. So I think there is some network problem from her side. So can we take next participant? Yes, yeah, we can take later on. So the next participant is at serial number 11, Shreyansh from Christ University, Bangalore. Yes, Shreyansh, please unmute. You are there. Shreyansh. Yes, please unmute, Shreyansh. Yes.
Yes. I'll just show my presentation.
Yeah, no problem. Shreyansh, are you ready with your presentation? Escape problem. No problem. Next. I've already unmuted you. Please unmute, please. Yes.
Yeah,
Please
can I,
start.
am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So I'm Shriyans from Christ University, Yashwantpur campus, Bangalore. I'm a student in BBA Finance and Accountancy. And today, my research paper will be about a comparative study in the capital markets of India and UK. It's very essential to understand what actually brings in money into the country. And if you fundamentally see it as capital markets, it's a financial system, like a robust financial system is what brings money into the country. And this is what capital markets of a developing country and a developed country we're trying to study here. So I'll take you through what the contents of our paper is. So these are things which we've boiled down to are few important things that might help us study. So one is importance of capital market in the economy and what capital markets actually are and what are the different types of markets present in both the economies. Another stock exchanges from both the countries, investment behavior, derivatives market, returns and growth, and findings. Because of the time constraint, I'll show you a few of the cruxes of our paper. So to give you an overview, fundamentally, businesses are what actually define economy. They're the ones that grow the economy. They're one major parameter. And the ones which fund these businesses are capital markets. It's a beautiful mechanism where investors who need money, investors who have money, and the ones who need money are merged through this beautiful mechanism called capital market. So this report compares the two markets on various parameters such as market size, trading volumes, volatility, and returns. It also examines the regulatory framework and how these are actually helping in keeping a robust capital market in both the countries. In addition, we've also taken few macroeconomic factors such as GDP, inflation, interest rates, etc. of both the markets. And to examine these both, we've also looked at a newer dimension called investment behavior. How the investment behavior of two per capita incomes of two different countries are actually governing this markets. So that's one place we've touched upon. To give you an introduction into our paper, so India and UK both are significant participants in global finance industry. They are somewhere looked upon, especially India now because the weight is growing. And if you see how the other developed countries are growing every year by very small proportions, 0.5%, 1%, etc., as compared to India, which is growing at 7%. So capital markets of India are attracting investors from all over the world. And the same goes with the UK. So with a variety of investment options available to investors, capital markets of India and UK are the biggest and most active in the world. So our paper gives an insightful information about similarities and differences of in both these markets, and it assists investors and other agencies in making defensible choices on investment opportunities in these areas. The few key findings we boil down to, one of those is the Indian capital market is smaller than the UK market in terms of market capitalization and number of listed companies and overall market depth. However, our Indian market has showed higher trading volumes in recent year and also daily turnover comparable to UK market is in some segments such as equities more. But Indian market has been more volatile than the UK market. We are more prone to political, domestic, and international uses and affairs. We are more volatile in that sense. But when it comes to the returns, Indian market has comparatively given better returns. If you take the Sensex of the UK market and our BSE benchmark, ours is giving somewhere around 10% versus theirs is giving 6%. And we have few strong performance areas in sectors like IT, healthcare, and consumer goods. And our regulatory body being SEBI, and theirs is Financial Conduct Authority, FCA. Both markets have seen increased adoption of technology and online trading platforms with UK, and we've clearly seen how startups are leveraging this in India. While the two markets are differences, they both offer opportunities for investors. Yeah, yes. Sir. Okay. So I'll be concluding my paper with this. So India and UK capital markets have highlighted similarities and differences. Investors should carefully make their investments depending upon the nature of the market and what their risk appetite is. Both markets offer unique opportunities and diversified portfolios for the same. Thank you.
Next presentation, Ravi.
Thank you. Next presenter, serial number 25, Yatin Krishnan. Yes, Mr. Yatin ji, please unmute. Yes, please start.
So am I audible?
25. Yeah, you are audible. Please start.
Hello. Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you can share once again. Mohammed Maved is sharing, na? Actually, I thought you were sharing. Share your presentation.
Yes, sir. We're on this.
Yeah, you can start.
Okay. Good morning to one and all present here. My name is Yatin Krishnan, and I'm joined by my peers Sumant Reddy and Mawad Mohammed. We're the students of BBA Finance and Accountancy in Christ University, Yeshwanthpur campus, Bangalore. And it's a pleasure to be here today to present our research paper on the topic, a comparative study on the Indian and the UK banking system. So getting into the topic, banking systems play a critical role in the economic development of a country, and they act as intermediaries between both savers and borrowers and provide a range of financial services. In recent years, the banking sector has witnessed significant changes due to globalization, technological advancements, and changes in regulatory frameworks. So as a result, it becomes essential for us to study these banking systems of different countries to gain insights into their strengths and weaknesses. So in the study, we aim to explore and compare the banking systems of India and the UK. Both countries have different economic systems, historical backgrounds, and regulatory frameworks. Despite these differences, they also share a common goal of providing financial services to their citizens. So the question we had in mind while preparing this research was, how do these two banking systems differ and what lessons can we learn from this comparison? So to answer this question, we have set the following objectives: to examine the historical evolution of the banking systems in India and the UK, to compare the organizational structures and regulatory frameworks of both the countries, to identify the strengths and weaknesses and the performance indicators of both the banking systems, and to suggest a few best practices. To achieve these objectives, we used a comparative research design. We collected data from various sources, including government reports, academic articles, and financial statements. We also used qualitative and quantitative data analysis methods to analyze all the data. The quantitative data analysis involved using statistical methods to analyze the financial data of both the banks in both the countries. And we also assess the financial databases of the banks to identify certain performance indicators such as profitability, efficiency, and asset quality. We then compare this performance of the banks in both the countries to identify differences and similarities. And this data was then assessed using thematic and statistical methods to facilitate a relevant comparison. So overall, this approach really enabled us to gain insight into the strengths, weaknesses, similarities, and differences of the banking systems in both the countries. Now I would like to call upon my peer Sumant Reddy to take over and provide a further understanding of our research paper.
Please continue. Raviji, ask him to unmute.
Yeah, please unmute yourself. Okay. बुलाओ तो सही.
Subodh, so over to you. Sir, apparently he's not able to unmute.
Who wants to present? Can you please name?
Sumant
What?
Reddy.
Sumant Reddy.
He's not getting the option to unmute. Yes, sir.
Please unmute.
Good afternoon. So I'll be talking about the findings. First, I'll be starting off with regulators. In India, there is only one banking regulator, that is the RBI, whereas in the UK, there are two regulators, the Prudential Regulation Authority, the PRA, and the Financial Conducting Authority, that is the FCA. The RBI looks after the financial institutions and the financial systems of the country. The PRA and the FCA only regulate the bank and financial institution in the UK. Coming to products and services, after comparing both the banking systems, we observed that both countries have great variety of products and to offer to their customers. With UK achieving this more, like they have more products and services which they offer to the customers. Additionally, the process of digital banking in different countries is growing very fast. With the UK digital banking sector to be more advanced, and they offer more innovative products and services compared to India. However, digital banking in India is very rapidly increasing in urban areas. Yeah. Now I'll be talking about the banking sector. The banking system in UK and India are more competitive. The UK banking system is more competitive than India. The market gap between both the countries.
You may skip this part and come to the major findings and the conclusion, please.
Conclusion. So the conclusion is that the banking system of India and UK share some similarities, but they also differ with the structures, regulation, and customer base. The banking system of UK is highly developed with a wide range of advanced financial products and services offered by both the traditional and online banks. The Indian banking is still in the process of modernization with a large population of unbanked people, and they are focused on expanding access to various financial services. Ultimately, both India and UK have unique strengths and challenges in their banking system. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Can we take next participant?
Yeah, please take.
Yes, yeah. Father Beju Thomas. It's Father Beju Thomas, serial number 20. Yes, Father Beju Thomas. Serial number 33. Shokhi Banerjee. Shokhi Banerjee, please unmute. Shokhi Banerjee. Yes. Serial number 33, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, please.
Yeah, I'll just start sharing the screen. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Shokhi Banerjee. I'm currently a screenwriter and creative producer for the film and web industry in India, and also a PhD student. In EMRC DAVV. My research is based on reading films and binge watching books. It's a qualitative study of literary adaptations in Indian film industry. So when we look at Bollywood, we've seen a lot of literature adaptations. And since ancient times, literature has been an integral part of Indian cinema, right from mythological texts to short stories of Rabindranath Tagore and novellas of Premchand, Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, etc. A lot of directors like Satyajit Ray, Shyam Benegal, Vijay Anand have always turned to these novels to create some biggest hit in the film industry. And even the first film ever made, Raja Harishchandra, was created using a legend mentioned in the Indian ancient text. So this paper intends to study and comment on the current trend of book adaptations in Indian media. So far, in literature adaptations, there have been we always say that don't judge a book by its film. This is something that is often said when a movie based on a book is released anywhere around the world. And actually, the opposite is true. When a movie is based on a bestseller, the studio and the filmmakers are wanting to encash the popularity of the book. The film is judged according to the book it's based on, and in some ways manages to provide a bigger audience. So being a writer in the current film industry is very tough and demanding. The biggest demand is to follow Western patterns usually. As the 2017 Oscar list came out, there was a sudden realization that Hollywood is looking at all kinds of
Excuse me, just confined to the conclusions.
Sure, sir. So the current literature trend in Bollywood is basically brief that every media house is putting out, that they want to find a book which can be adapted into a different kind of film. So I would like to take this opportunity to explain just 3 kinds of adaptation using the most adapted book, which is Devdas. So the first one, which was directed by Bimal Roy in 1955, was a transposition where we just take from the novel and make a screen-by-screen copy of the book. The second one is by Bhansali, directed by Sanjay Leela Bhansali in 2002, is called a commentary, which is an adaptation where the original material is altered to some extent. For example, he took the liberty to, make Chandramukhi and Paro meet, in which case creating a new era and making a lot of profits out of this film. And the third one is an analogy, which is a major departure from the literary text. In this case, it is Devdi by Anurag Kashyap. And the film, although it was a very nice film and delivered a different message, it just didn't follow the original thing, and it just had similar names. So at the end of which we would come to my main conclusion. I have studied about 10 films and done extensive interviews with the film directors and writers of the industry and studio heads. And it's always raised one very important point, that in Indian films, relatability to the audience is more important than fidelity to the original book. The film audience is bigger than the book audience. So it's important to appeal to the viewers more than the readers.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Of course,
Sophie.
it is a descriptive research and useful one in the field of mass communication. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next serial number is serial number 37, Priya Sharma from MJRP University. Is Priya Sharma, please unmute. Priya Sharma. Serial number 37. Are you ready with your presentation? Please unmute. Yes, Kirti Khatri. Please unmute. Kirti Khatri. Serial numbers that I am also finding. Father Beju Thomas. Yeah, please, you can try once again. Please unmute. Yes.
Hello,
please.
hello.
Yes, Father, please.
Okay.
Serial number 20. Father Beju
Okay.
Thomas. Serial number 20.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. My topic is the role of peace movement in conflict management in the modern society. Introduction. Our goal is to understand contemporary academic ideas of peace, but better and stay current on development in peace movement and conflict management in modern society. The contrary ideals of peace and conflict are the heart of peace and conflict. On the other hand, peace and conflict are not always necessarily incompatible. Instead of being stable, they are adaptable and respond to new events. The first segment on conflict and peace introduced the concept of conflict and peace. The notion of peace. The great 17th century philosopher Baruch Sophania, 1632 to 1677, argued that peace is more than the absence of war. It is also a moral trait that leads to more compassion, trust, and fairness. As an outcome, the armed service believe that peace may be gained or sustained through the force or threat of force. Therefore, peace is often seen as the end in itself by the military. From the standing point of American military history, peace is typically defined as the absence of fighting from a political and historical perspective. Peace movement in India. To be clear, peace refers to the more than just the absence of conflict. To determine peace, it is essential to consider the lack of social, economic, and political violence, the accessibility of natural resources for fulfilling and a happy ability to earn a living, the right to practice one's own culture without intervention, and the absence of policies action that might potentially ruin the possibility of living a dignified life in peace. Although India is a safe refuge, those who seek in peace, nonviolence, its citizens have hard the time making links between concerns such as sustainable development, nuclear energy, nuclear arms, and social problems. Furthermore, many people may argue that with the goal of peace groups in theory, but their actions rarely reflect that support. Peace building strategies. The term peace building covers a broader spectrum of endeavors, many which may occur at different times or be carried out by others. Integration and reinforcement are necessary for politics, safety and development and compassion. A response to the world's deadliest conflict and wars, the study of peace building become a distinct academic field. Peace building aims to facilitate social coherence and at levels of society to migrate effects the violent conflict and war. Action in peace building are based on the awareness of the overt and hidden reason for peace and conflict, since peace and inclusion are essential fervent beliefs such as those open to social injustice and exclusion. The concept of conflict. Conflict are unavoidable in any group or two or more people. That sad reality is due to reason, limitation, and competence, administration, and lack of distribution. Conflict arises whenever there is a lack of mutual communication between individuals. This is the sign of hostility, competition, and incapacity to work alone. Conflicts are inevitable when dozens of countries try each their approach to a problem.
Father, please conclude now.
Okay. Conclusion. People will better able to deal with the unexpected conflict if they are well versed in the many ways of conflict management. Learning about the many approaches to the resolution allows people to access their strength and weakness in this area. There is an ideal solution to any dispute that would arise. Peace initiative need to robust and unfilled leadership from whom support them success. Hence, a paradigm shift is required for new peace movement and conflict management method to arise, and India is prime example. To achieve this goal, many such sectors, including conflict
Thank you very
management.
much, Father. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next presentation, please.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wants to present online? They can please write their name in the chat box. Yeah, please, Divya Agarwal. Please unmute if you want to give your presentation. Yeah, please start.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please start.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. Myself, Divya Agarwal. an initial learner of research work. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Raju Thomas sir for guiding me best throughout my research work. Also, to the panelists, convener and organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my research work here. So now I'll be sharing my screen. Is my PPT visible to you all?
Yes, it is. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you, sir. So the title of my research work is Rural Infrastructure Development Through Government Initiatives. I have done a case study of village Shala, which is in West UP, Agra district. So as we all know, Gandhiji has always said that the future of India lies in villages. Also, the World Bank studies reveals that the out of total population, approximately 64 to 67% of India lives in villages. And also, time to time, to transform rural areas, various steps have been taken, like Pura, which is the idea of Pura is providing urban amenities in rural areas, which is the idea of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. And also our Honorable Prime Minister keeps the development of rural areas at the top of his planning list. Furthermore, the SDGs like no poverty, zero hunger, quality education, all these can be achieved with the development of rural areas. And therefore, all these points generated curiosity and I did my research work. So with this, I'll take you to the objective of my study. The objective of my study is to understand the role of rural development schemes in India and specifically in village Shala, and also analyzing the various parameters like working of self-help group, modernization of education, financial facilities, physical infrastructure, etc. The next, I would like to focus on, I would like you all to focus on the methodology I have taken in my research work, and the village I have selected is based on the convenience sampling. For this, all the primary data is collected by me by field survey, interview and observation. Also, there were 215 families in the villages, out of which I have taken a sample size of 200.
Divya, can you come on your outcome of research?
Yes, definitely, sir. So I have taken various parameters to analyze the situation of the village. These are like education, health, transport, financial facilities, electricity, sanitation, irrigation, cooking, and drinking water. So as we can see, various schemes like midday meals, Nipun Bharat, and self-help group, all these schemes have definitely improved the situation of villages. Like for instance, I would like to tell you that there are now 7 self-help groups working in the village and contributing to each other's needy for loans for needy purposes. Another issue I would like to highlight is the Ujjwala Yojana and the issue of using traditional cooking fuels in village areas, which need to be corrected. For this, I have analyzed few suggestions like annual survey by respective departments, like Ministry of PNG will be an encouraging step to implement the schemes hindrance-free. Also, creating domestic awareness about the benefits of LPG and solving the issue of affordability can help in improving the situation of villages more. Lastly, I would like to conclude my research work by saying that there is a long way has to go to improve the quality of village, and in the absence of these amenities, there can be health issues. Therefore, by creating more awareness and implementing the schemes hindrance-free, the village can be set as an example of smart village. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, Professor Mehta, sir. So I think
Professor S.S. Modi, my co-chairperson, Dr. Vijay Rathod, Professor Gaurav Lodha, young faculty members of Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Secretary General Professor Dr. Ravikant Modi. In this session, we have heard three keynote speeches on diverse subjects. And thereafter, we have heard various presentations on different subjects. It is really heartening to note that over the last few years, a lot of research work is going on in India. In fact, research plays a very important role in any country, because one of the parameters for any nation is that how much investment is incurred in R&D activities. Of course, as far as the total expenditure is concerned of the GDP, we are far behind as compared to other countries. As we all know that in India, it is hardly 0.6% of the total GDP. Whereas small country like Israel, it is around 5%. In US, it is more than 3%. There is a dire need to emphasize on R&D activities. In today's globalized world, it is very much essential that unless you have something different, unless you do something innovative, you will not be able to survive in a highly competitive global environment. Research activities certainly expands our knowledge base. In today's fast technological changes, one has to keep update oneself on an ongoing, continuing basis, and for that purpose, carrying on research on an ongoing basis is very much required. Research activities provide a competitive edge to any organization, because when you are carrying the research on the basis of the conclusions and the findings of your research, you can take strategic decisions for the organization. You can formulate strategies to cope in a highly competitive environment. Those who are undertaking research, they can present their ideas with more authenticity. It gives more confidence to the researcher, because studies are based on in-depth analysis of data. Apart from that, you can sell your idea more authentically because you have conducted the research. You have analyzed the data, and you can convince the stakeholders very well. Apart from that, research activities improve the analytical abilities. It improves the knowledge. It improves the decision-making ability. It improves the logical way of thinking. In fact, it is a misconception that research should confine to only academia.
And that's why nowadays, even in the field of other sector, apart from education, researches are being focused, consultancy projects are being given to the independent organizations. It is said that the decision should not be based merely on the intuition. Rather, there should be certain reasoning, certain logical data for that. And in that context, research plays a very important role. And that's why the major focus of our association, INSPIRA, has always been on promoting researches in the form of conducting many seminars, conferences, etc. at the national and international level. And INSPIRA is organizing regular workshops also to provide the new tools for the young budding researchers. In fact, if you want to become a professional, then certainly you have to develop that research attitude. I compliment all the three keynote speakers whose presentations were totally based on the primary and secondary data and in-depth analysis of these data, and then drawn certain conclusions. I'm happy to note that large number of presentations and the subjects have been perhaps came in this particular session. And I compliment all the paper contributors and the presenters who have shown great enthusiasm in writing the research paper. My only advice to young budding researcher that they should keep themselves updated with the latest advances which are taking place in the field of research methodology. They should equip themselves with the data analysis, and they should undertake certain training in research software. In fact, the field of research is quite promising. The only limitation that I foresee in the present day context, particularly in this country, that in academia particularly, whether it is at the entry level or at the promotion level, it has been made mandatory for the faculty members to publish their research paper in the index journals. Of course, it has having its own advantage, but the problem is that in that case, these young researchers have to just confined to the pattern and the structure of the index journals. They will have to fit in their research paper. They cannot cross that boundary, otherwise it would be difficult for them to get their research papers published. That's a limitation, a big limitation. And there should be some way out where the researchers can go beyond that, publication horizon. So again, thank you very much. And I'm really thankful to my additional chairpersons also who will be addressing you in the later part, since I have to attend a very urgent meeting. So I have to leave right now. But thank you very much. And thank you to Subodh, PG Mahavidyalaya for collaborating with INSPIRA. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Sir, can we take one more presenter, online presenter? Then we will take after lunch.
Yes, yes.
Then we will take after lunch. I think so, sir. Yes, Priya Sharma, please unmute. Priya Sharma. Soumya Nagar, please unmute. Soumya Nagar. Apurva Singh. Yes, Apurva ji. Apurva Singh, you are not audible. Yes, please. You are not audible, Priya, and you are not audible, Apurva. Yes, Apurva ji.
Sir, just give me a second. So my topic is women's boardroom representation in firms' performance, empirical study comparing India and developed countries. Sir, is my PPT visible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so my main purpose was to explore of this paper is to explore by a comparative global perspective of what women are facing in corporate sector directors in India compared to other developing countries or developed countries. This is all the paper is done by the data, or basically data published by the women's labor force participation, gender diversity in business, and right now facing situation in India or identify possible helpful factors. So at the beginning of the century, the social and economic landscape of the world underwent a major change due to the gradual progress of women, not only in the industrialized countries, but also in their less developed and developing countries. So women's empowerment is a crucial trendy topic right now, and access to information and education is helping rural women become educated women, understanding the perspective of women's leadership, power, and their contribution to business worldwide has attracted increasing the attention. So researchers have traditionally concentrated on understanding the traits of female leaders and their contributions to the business. It also has been seen that how it just affected the firm's performance. So considering the slow adoption and the promotion of management idea in a country that is still figuring out how to effectively adapt Western management concepts while adhering to Indian values. So basically,
Purva, you're not able to see your slides
yes.
moving. Your slides
Okay,
are not
sir.
moving.
Sir, is it movable right now?
No, it's moving.
Okay, sir. So imposition of gender quota introduced in the Norway country. First of all, it's introduced in the Norway, in the Scandinavian country of Norway, and after that, it just passed in India. Shall I come to the discussion analysis part? So here just we see how the 2.6% of overall global average shook the 90.7 or 17.1% of Indian economy boards, which are made up of women. According to data of Deloitte Global Women in the boardroom report, which is released today or in right now, is the proportion of women holding the board position has actually climbed up by 3.3% since 2018. If it's any consolation, India performs better than its a close neighbor, China, where women make up 13.1% of board position in the list of nations with a larger percentage of female members of a corporate boards. France, 43.2%, Norway 42.4%, and it took the 36.6% are the top shows in the Deloitte Global Boardroom Progress Report in 2021. So Italy, the difference between the average tenure of male and female board members and chairperson was another conspicuous area of disparity. Women on boards served for 5.1 years on average when compared to 8.0 years for men. The duration of chair for women was just 4.9 years, and so on. Deloitte also shows that the board chair were on the average 59 years old. So how these are the data which I was summed up in the whole paper. What finding? The key finding of the study are as follows. As women directors were found to have improved the firm's accounting performance while indicating better corporate governance. Second, the market performance of the company was determined to have suffered because the market undervalued the influence of a female directors. Third, as would be expected, government ownership had a detrimental impact on the association between female directors and the financial health and the performance of the company. Fourth, ownership concentration turned discovered to be considerably impacting the connection. Family ownership, however, was not found to have an...
Please conclude.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. So in conclusion, the law should be prioritized the gender inclusiveness as well as the gender diversity. The advancement of the women in corporate boardrooms will not be aided by a simple representation of women to demonstrate the compliance with the law. In order for the quotas to be effective, business should be practiced inclusion because it improves gender parity. It has been and will continue to be a long and arduous road for women to achieve board membership and acceptance. So there should be an gender bias quotas should be implemented, and which should be to give the specific gender for the proper status in the society, and has been ignored like in economic progress. So right now there are the majority of debates on the gender equality and female empowerment. They should be given a substantial benefits like a fair sex through a reserve quotas and boost through a mandatory legislations and policies. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. It was from my part.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you so much. I request Professor Vijay Singh Rathod sir to please speak a few words. And after lunch, we will take offline presentations.
Respected Modi sir, Anil Mehta ji, he has left just now, and Parikh Saab, Joshi madam, and Loda Saab, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, students. It's my great privilege to be here today. I was invited last week in this conference, and I thought I should go here because in these types of conferences, we can share knowledge, we can meet people, we can increase our networking, we can get some new ideas to improve our research. And most of the papers were based on the research also. And as Anil Mehta sir also told, that research is it plays a very important role to development of the nation and the society. So whenever we talk about research, there is a common question I will just like to state here, that the guide is not supporting. We are doing, how many of you are the research scholars who are doing PhD? Can they raise their hands? There is a common complaint. The guide is not supporting. You want to do so many good things, but guide is not supporting. So today, let me say how guide supports you and what we should do to get the support of the guide. But before getting the support of the guide, let us understand who is the actual guide of the research. Who is the actual guide? So guide, in my opinion, is a system. It is not a person who's supervising your thesis, who's your professor. Other than that professor, guide is a system which helps you to improve your research and to complete your research. And what is that system? That system includes 4 or 5 things. Your first and foremost guide is your own knowledge. Whatever you have done in your MA or PG classes, what is your knowledge in the subject area? That is your first guide. And if you are telling that your guide is not supporting, so check your knowledge, whether your knowledge is supporting or not. And to improve the knowledge, you need to go through the books and journals, the literature review. If we are not doing the proper literature review, how can we find the limitations in the existing research? And if we are not able to find the limitations in the existing research, then how we can claim to rectify those limitations? So the second guide is the journals and the review of literatures, the books we go through. That is our second guide. If you say our guide is not supporting, so what do you want to tell? You want to say that your access to the books and access to the journals, that is not properly going on. So I think you yourself is the responsible if you are not getting the support of your guide. Third guide, we can say it is the main supervisor, your professor who is supervising your thesis. So if you are going to your supervisor with your own knowledge, your own observations, your findings of the literature review, and then you go to the guide, your supervisor, then he'll definitely help you. What happens, what we expect that our guide will guide us for everything, or most of the students are like thinking that guide will write the thesis also for them. It is not going to happen. You are the person who is making the tea, and you take that tea and go to the guide and tell him to test the tea, and he will test the tea and he will tell you what is the test, how you can make this tea. चीनी कम है इसके अंदर या चाय कम है इसमें अदरक डाल दो और अच्छा हो जाएगा. तो guide can just tell you on his based on his experience how you can improve the research, but you are the person who is doing your research. Other than that, supervisor, your family, that is also your guide. Many of the women researchers who are doing the research, if they get the support of their family, like their husbands, spouse, and their father, mother, if they are also supporting, then their research goes in a good direction. Sometimes due to some family challenges, research also stucks. So that family is also our guide, and that support also improves our research. Other than the family, friends, and the colleagues, the other researchers who are doing the PhD, other researchers who are working with your own supervisor, they are also guides somehow, because when you discuss your problems with them, then you get some better ideas. And the sixth and last guide is these types of conferences and seminars and workshops. Sometimes what happens, our knowledge is not adequate, sufficient to make our research better. But if we keep on attending these types of conferences, seminars, workshops, then here we get some good ideas, what your guide did not tell you, what your knowledge did not tell you, and what you could not observe in your literature review. But when you come to these types of conferences, you meet different types of people coming from different parts of the country, and the international speakers are also there. So after listening them, then we can make some good ideas to make our research better. So after this after today, if you say your guide is not supporting, to just ask yourself, who is your guide that is not supporting your knowledge, your literature review, your journals, your books readings, your friends, your families, your main supervisor, and are you continuously attending these types of conferences or not? Ask yourself. Because in 1 year or in 2 years, we attend only 1 or 2 conferences. So why don't you make a habit to attend these types of conferences in a month, in every 6 months? So you are coming here in every 6 months, you will definitely get lot many knowledge to improve your research. So that was my submission. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thought instilling words with regard to research. I request all of you to kindly join us for some sumptuous lunch, and then we will be back here for the rest of the offline presentations. Thank you.
Bill.
A very good afternoon to one and all. We welcome you in the post-lunch session. Though we know that post-lunch, it is very difficult for audiences to sit and participants to participate. But since we got overwhelming response, there were so many participants that we could not accommodate pre-lunch. So this is the small, very short post-lunch session we have kept. So we have few participants left with us post-lunch. But before that, I would like to request Professor Gaurav Lodha, sir, to kindly come up on the stage and take your seat as the chairperson of the session. Professor Gaurav Lodha, sir, from Manipal University, Jaipur. I would also request Dr. Manisha Kaushik from SKIT Jaipur to kindly come forward and take the responsibility of being the additional chair for the session. Dr. Manisha Kaushik, Associate Professor at SKIT Jaipur. And I would also request Professor... Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So in this session, sir, shall we start the session with your permission? Shall we start? Okay. Kindly. Okay. So the first participant after the lunch session is Ma'am Garima Nahar and Dr. Sonal Bordia Jain. Garima ma'am is the Faculty Department of Computer Science, SS Jain Subodh, PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Rambagh. And she's also the research scholar at RTU Kota. And the topic they are presenting is the two-way assessment approach in context of agile and usability software testing practices. So, Ma'am Garima, will you present? Okay. So, Ma'am Garima will present on behalf of both of them. Ma'am Garima Nahar.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is the two-way assessment approach in context of agile and usability software testing practices. Next. Next slide, please. This is the abstract part, but due to the shortage of time, I'm moving on to the objective part. Please move to the slide number 5. Next, yes. The motivation for the study is starting the two-way assessment approach in agile and usability testing is very important due to the several reasons. And these reasons are stakeholder satisfaction, means the client, customer, and end user satisfaction. It reduces the cost. Early detection of the issues can be possible here. Iterative improvement can also be possible in usability testing and software development method. And the career advancement issues are also important. The next slide. Yes, the methodology for the two-way assessment approach is, the first is identify the criteria, then set the targets, monitor performance. The next one is provide feedback, then adjust target and criteria as necessary, evaluate overall performance, and the last one is identify area for improvement for the better usability of the software program. Next. Here are the two important phases of the testing part in two-way assessment approach. This is formative testing and summative testing. Formative testing has been done in the early stage of the testing part, and summative testing has been done when the final improvement is required. Next. Next slide, please. I have included one example of two-way assessment approach here. The 10 participant and 2 evaluator has been included, and the following steps has been followed. These are task selection, then participant testing, then evaluator testing, then debriefing, and the last step is the analysis phase. After that, the best software can be delivered with the best usability of the user. Next, results and finding. I found that the two-way assessment approach is the better approach when we include it in the agile and usability testing part. Next, it is the conclusion. The major benefits of the two-way assessment approach includes the early identification of the usability issues, continuous improvement due to the iterative nature of agile testing, collaboration between the developers and users so that both can take part in the testing process, and the most important is the enhanced user experience. Next. Future of the two-way assessment approach is we can include automation part in it, integration of AI and ML can be done, expansion of new technologies can be done, integration of agile development methodology can be done, and here the most important part is increased emphasis on the user-centric design and HCI. Next. This is the future scope of my study. I have studied the two-way assessment approach with agile and usability testing method, and later I can include the AHP and fuzzy AHP, that is analytical hierarchical process and fuzzy analytical hierarchical process, with the two-way assessment approach in the testing phase. Next, these are the references. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Garima ma'am, for such a crisp and very effective presentation. Thank you so much once again. Now, the next participant we have is Ms. Nisha Jain, who is the Faculty of Department of Computer Science, SS Jain Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya. And her topic is Join Order Query Optimization Having Hype in the Big Data Environment. Ms. Nisha Jain.
Thank you, ma'am.
पेन ड्राइव में तो प्रेजेंटेशन पेन ड्राइव में
निशा जैन के नाम से ना, वो सुबोध निशा जैन
पेन ड्राइव में है ना,
डाल दी सिस्टम पे। Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Nisha Jain. I'm the Faculty of Computer Science in SS Jain Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya. Today, I'm presenting a presentation on join order query optimization using Hive in big data environment. Next. According to the Digital Report 2023, billions of users generate large amount of data every second by different sources, YouTube, Facebook, etc. These large range of digital data is called big data and is defined by 3 V's: volume, velocity, and varieties, and is measured in terms of gigabyte, terabyte, petabyte. So the problem is that the traditional database system is not capable to handle these data set. So we need a framework that can handle a big data. Next. Apache Hadoop is the most popular open source framework for the batch processing that is mainly used for its fault tolerance and scalable architecture. It supports both distributed storage and processing of large data set. Next. Apache Hadoop framework require a high-level language. For that, it uses Hive. Hive is a high-level language and it uses HiveQL declarative language for query processing. Hive also support different format, text format, sequence, ORC, so on. Next. Query optimization is the important step in query processing that generate the best plan to evaluate the good plan from among equivalent plans. In this example, there are 3 tables: instructor, teacher, and course of size 10 rows, 10,000 rows, and 1 lakh rows. If a joint plan join teacher and course table, it takes more time to execute the instructor and course first. So there need a join order method to minimize the response time of the query and also maximize the overall system throughput. Next. So for that, they are broadly divided a 3 category of join order algorithm. First is deterministic. It is a bottom-up approach that search all the solution space, either complete travels or by applying heuristic rules for reducing the space. The second is a randomized algorithm. It's build a query plan around a particular point of a time. And the last is a evolutionary algorithm, can be successfully and effectively implemented to provide a near optimal solution that cannot be easily solved by other method, and it is based on biological concept, and the genetic is the first and evolutionary algorithm. Next. To find the effective join order algorithm for improving the high performance, firstly need to analyze some previous work that was performed on join queries. In the first paper, G-Hive system uses Calcite-based optimizer that uses dynamic programming to generate a optimal logical plan. In the second paper, Aqua optimizer using greedy-based algorithm for join ordering. Next. In third, in the third paper, it uses greedy algorithm, and the next paper it uses dynamic programming for query optimization. Last conclusion pe aa jao. These all in Hive, these all methods are deterministic, and it is limited in 10 joins. For more than joins, we need a for larger joins, we need a better method. So we propose a genetic algorithm for the large joins. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nisha Jain, for your effective presentation. Now, the next presenter, they have a very, very impressive, rather very exciting subject, very exciting topic, and I am really excited to know about this. The presenters are Ma'am Nikita Gupta, Ma'am Neelam Sunda, and Dr. Neha Agrawal. And their topic is Academics in the Era of Chat GPT, Exploration of Capabilities and Limitations. So who is going to present out of 3, ma'am? Nikita, ma'am. Nikita Gupta, ma'am, is going to present the all the best, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries here, my dear colleagues, and respected Indu ma'am. Next.
I, Nikita Gupta, Faculty Department of Computer Science, SSJSMM, presents Academics in the Era of ChatGPT and to explore the capabilities and its limitations. Next. ChatGPT, Generative Pre-trained Transformer. This is a new buzzword in the area of the technology. I hope you all have heard the name ChatGPT because it has reached to 1 million users in 5 days. Netflix took 3.5 years, Airbnb 2.5 years, Facebook 10 months, and Instagram just 2.5 months. But it took only 5 days. Now the question arises, what is ChatGPT? It is an artificial intelligent text generation tool where you can generate anything by talking to it. You can get an answer to any question. As we all are the academicians who are here, this is a very important topic for all of us. It is developed by an AI company that is from San Francisco, OpenAI, a company which is known for its previous artificial intelligence products like DALL-E, Whisper, and many more. Next. The beauty of any artificial intelligence system is that whatever the data has been produced till date, it trains it. The machine understands whatever the human beings are talking about, what all the technologies have come, how knowledge has been come through the research papers, through books, and how people think or talk about it. So if we have a system which can put all the knowledge of the world in a computer and train it to learn how it will consume that becomes a smart. This is not a new technology. It's not the first time that a chatbot has been released, but ChatGPT is so good that perhaps for the first time, such a technology has come which is reducing the difference between the humans and the robots. As you all can see that this is the background history of the ChatGPT, how it works. The first tab contains supervised fine-tuning model. The second one is reward model. And the third one is reinforcement learning model that is totally artificial intelligent. Next slide. Now the question arises that how we can use ChatGPT. So there are a 3-step procedure. Even I tried for it, but the server is so much down that I didn't get the link. And the steps are that first you have to log in on openai.com. That is the first step. Second, you have to create your account by entering your email ID and the password. And the third one is that they will send you a verification link on your email. But till today, I haven't got it because the servers are totally down. And the interesting part is that in ChatGPT, they have revealed a paid version also, and that is near about 3,500 rupees per month. And I think that I can pay that to explore this ChatGPT, and I have even applied for that also. Next. So this is the example how ChatGPT works. In this example, we have asked that agar ek 5 saal ka bacha kehta hai that what is the life cycle of a seed, just see, it has shown all the steps in it. So do we really think as an academician कि आज बच्चे को हमने कोई भी homework दिया वो पूरा ChatGPT से करके आराम से ला सकता है? And the most important part is that, next slide, if I ask to manipulate it, it manipulated in the same way. So this is what ChatGPT is all about. Whatever the thing comes to your mind and you want to ask something, you can ask to the ChatGPT directly. Next slide. Now my objective of the presentation comes here, ChatGPT in academics. It has raised apprehension among the academicians as well as the student community of posing a parallel challenge for the academic institutes. It got quick attention for its detailed responses and answers across many domains of knowledge. Now, what are the benefits in academics we can get? So it is an effective technology that has the power to change how we teach and learn thoroughly. A plethora of options are available to the teachers for utilizing ChatGPT to supplement instructions, online tutoring, automated grading tool, adaptive educational games. It can be a good approach for the students to learn and apply new ideas and a help for students who have trouble grasping the subject matter or require further assistance. When I talk about the challenges, while ChatGPT has the potential to offer many benefits for the assessments, there are a few challenges that it may. The first one is plagiarism. In the area of research, plagiarism is at the height. Second one is unfair advantage, that if a child is getting a ChatGPT model to be used, then his or her work would be completed. But if a child cannot use ChatGPT model, then what? The next one is it is difficult for the faculties to distinguish between a student's own writing and the response generated by a chat application. So to conclude my presentation, ChatGPT offers a range of benefits and number of challenges Risk and rewards of using these tools must be carefully considered. Proper steps should be taken to ensure that they are used ethically and responsibly. This may involve developing policies and procedures for their use, providing training and support for the students and faculty, and using a variety of methods to detect and prevent academic dishonesty. With this, thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was quite informative and very exciting to know this. Though I also tried to, this app last month, but probably somehow it didn't work for me. So I thought probably it was not a paid version. So I tried it on a trial version, but somehow it didn't work for me. I tried to get some poems because somebody told me that there are some poetries also you can get. But I tried and it was something very abrupt, so probably I didn't know how to use it properly, or maybe as you're saying, the paid version must be much more advanced or. Okay, probably directly if you write, they take you to some fake ID also, huh? So thank you so much for the information, ma'am. We'll try that once again. But you are absolutely right. There are ethical issues associated with it. Because when we talk about plagiarism, obviously there are certain applications, certain websites who they check, whatever has already been printed, but whether it will be able to check the matter which is available in ChatGPT, because that is not there. They create on the spot only. Properly working. Obviously, it will take time. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was very interesting. Okay. So Sonam Jain, ma'am, is there with us? Okay. So now the next presenter is ma'am Sonam Jain, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, and SS Jain Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya, and her topic is the study of load balancing framework in cloud computing. Welcome, ma'am. Ma'am Sonam Jain. Okay, I'll correct it.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I, Sonam Jain, Faculty Department of Computer Science. I presenting my topic is a study of load balancing framework in cloud computing. So what is cloud computing? Simply put, cloud computing is the delivery of different services through the internet. Cloud computing is a scalable services, consumption and delivery platform that provides on-demand computing services from the shared pool of resources, namely servers, storage, networking, software, database, application, etc. over the internet. Next slide, please. So as my topic suggests, the load balancing in cloud computing. So what is load balancing? So load balancing is the method of distributing the network traffic equally from the shared pool of resources that supports an application. As we know, in the today's scenarios, all the applications have millions of users. So we have to distribute the traffic. So a load balancer is used as a device that sits between the user in the server group and acts as an invisible facilitator, ensuring that all resources servers are used equally. Next slide, please. Load balancing in cloud computing. So load balancing is the method that allows us to have a proper balance of the amount of work done being on different places of devices and hardware equipment. Next slide, please. The goal of the load balancing. The overall goal of the load balancing is cloud computing is to minimize the response time for application users and maximize the organizational resources to improve the speed and performance of each device. Next slide, please. What are the benefits of the load balancing? So load balancing directs and controls the network traffic between the application servers and their visitors or clients. As a result, it improves the application availability. Application availability means if there is so much traffic or the system failure is occur,
Then load balancing provides a fault tolerance technique, so improves our system and detects the failure, and then we can there is no unavailability of the application. Second one is application scalability. So as we know, application scalability is very important in the cloud computing. There are many users, so our application is served with the thousands of the users. So load balancing monitors the traffic and provide it predicts the traffic application network traffic, and if there is need of any server and remove of any server, then we can do it, and we can scale our system with the confident. Application security, there is a inbuilt security manager load balancer in the cloud computing, that is distributed denial of service, in which the attacker attacks the server with a flood of millions of client requests, so the server cause the failure. So using the load balancing, we can also use the security. Application performance, we can also enhance the performance by reducing the network latency and improving the geographical area of the cloud. Next slide, please. There are two methods to achieve the load balancing algorithm. First one is static load balancing, and second one is dynamic load balancing. Next slide, please. In static load balancing, we just fixed all of the devices, all of the peripherals, all of the servers, and the dynamic load balancing, we just achieve the dynamically load balancing. Next slide, please. How does the load balancing work? Companies usually have their application running on multiple servers, such as a server agreement is called. So the load balancer uses a predetermined pattern known as the load balancing algorithm or method. It is just like a manager calls a waiter. Sorry, next slide, please. Conclusion. By uniformly distributing network traffic, and load balancing enables organizations to avoid resources failure brought on by resource overload. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. That was quite effective. And now the next participant we have is Dr. Anita Sharma, who is Assistant Professor Commerce, SS Jain Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya. And her topic is the role of social media in learning and acquiring knowledge. That's very interesting topic, ma'am. Dr. Anita Sharma.
Thank you, ma'am. उद्यमेन हि सिद्ध्यन्ति कार्याणि न मनोरथे न हि सुप्तस्य सिंहस्य प्रविशन्ति मुखे मृगा. Have you seen a deer coming and entering the mouth of a lion on its own? Well, no. Lion has to make efforts for it. Lion has to work hard for it. Similarly, success comes only through work hard. Good afternoon, the dignitaries, the organizers, and all my lovely audience. My name is Dr. Anita Sharma. I am an assistant professor in Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Jaipur. Social media nowadays has become a trend among the society, regardless of what background they are from. The revolution of social media started to align with the internet. Most of the students in higher education nowadays took the advantage of the social media to distribute and acquire knowledge. Social media has become an integral part of our life, and it is difficult to imagine a world without it. The objective of my research are to explore how social media platforms are used as learning tools by individuals and institutions, to examine the impact of social media on student engagement, motivation, and academic performance, to investigate the benefits and drawbacks of social media as a learning tool, to identify best practices and strategies for using social media effectively. In this research, data was collected through questionnaire. Sample consists of 300 students of undergraduate from Rajasthan University. In my research, it was found that majority of students are using social media in learning. Social media can be used in many different ways for educational purpose, both formal and informal. In formal learning, social media can be used to support online courses, provide additional resources for students, and facilitate communication and collaboration among learners. For example, universities and colleges use social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter to share information about courses, events, and academic opportunities. In informal learning, social media can be used to learn about new topics, follow thought leaders, and engage in discussions with others. Social media platforms like YouTube and LinkedIn are particularly useful for informal learning. In research, the effectiveness of social media in facilitating knowledge acquisition are also analyzed. And it was found that social media can be a useful tool for facilitate knowledge acquisition, but its effectiveness depends on several factors, including the type of content being shared, the quality of the sources, the level of engagement of the users, and the individual's learning style. The quality and accuracy of information on social media platforms can be difficult to regulate, which can affect the effectiveness of social media as a learning tool. But there are some drawbacks and some benefits of social media. First, I want to talk about the benefits of social media and learning. Social media offers many benefits to learners. For example, social media can enhance the learning experience by providing access to a wide range of resources, including instructional videos, academic articles, and podcasts. Social media can also facilitate collaboration and communication among learners, making it easier to share ideas, ask questions, and receive feedback. Furthermore, social media provides a platform for learners to engage with experts and through leaders. But on the other hand, there are some drawbacks also. One of the main concerns is the potential for distraction. Social media platforms are designed to be addictive, and learners may find themselves spending more time on social media than they should. Additionally, social media can be a source of misinformation, and learners need to be cautious when using social media for learning. And after that, I want to conclude my research paper. It can be concluded that majority of students know how to acquire knowledge using the social media as medium. Having internet connectivity are the major factors that influence students to acquire knowledge through social media. Majority of students agreed their academic performance improved when using social media as medium to acquire knowledge. Social media has the potential to revolutionize learning and acquire knowledge. It offers learners access to a wide range of resources, facilitates communication and collaboration, and provide a platform for engagement with experts and through leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The topic was quite interesting and it is very practical also, because there are so many platforms on social media where we can acquire knowledge. And the basic phenomenon, the basic idea of, using social media is entertainment, but that is not the case now, because there are so many platforms over social media where you can actually acquire knowledge. And personally, if I tell you, there are certain channels on Instagram, certain pages on Instagram, which are so knowledgeable that I usually, go to Instagram to explore those pages and channels only. I would also request you to go for Phonology, Legal, or IO Shraddha, some management and commerce teachers. They must see that, how beautifully she explains through social media about the management fundas and how companies are regulating. So the topic was very interesting and very practical, ma'am. Thank you so much. And now we come to the next participant. And as far as I know, she's the last participant. If someone else is also there, please do tell me. Because as per my list, ma'am is the last participant. The last participant as per this list is Dr. Rekha Jain, who is Assistant Professor, Department of ABST Commerce, SS Jain Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya, and her topic is very well associated with the theme of the conference, that is sustainability. And the topic is the impact of green management towards performance, an empirical study of selected Indian consumer goods companies. Dr. Rekha Jain. And if there is any more presenter, kindly do contact.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I, Rekha Jain, Assistant Professor at Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya. Environment is no one's property to destroy. It's everyone's responsibility to protect, and here I am to present the impacts of green management towards performance, an empirical study of selected Indian consumer goods companies. First, we will discuss about green management. So next, please. Green management is the practice of incorporating environment consideration into business operation, decision-making and strategy. It means business process ऐसा होना चाहिए कि environmental friendly हो और environment पर कम से कम negative effect डाले, साथ ही resource consumption भी कम से कम हो. For example, wind and solar energy का use करके petrol and diesel consumption हम कम कर सकते हैं. It includes waste management, water conservation, energy efficiency. Now, next objective of this study. First, to examine the impacts of green management on the performance of selected Indian consumer goods companies. Just I wanna tell, performance is not dependent only on green management, but it is the one factor to increase performance and productivity. Just I want to explain with an example. रोहन जो कि एक बहुत ही पुअर है, मिट्टी के बर्तन बनाता है और बनाकर सेल करता है. उसकी कॉस्ट जो है वो 200 रुपीज है, सेलिंग प्राइस है 20 रुपीज पर यूनिट उसकी क्या हो रही है, मार्जिन है. तो क्या वो सस्टेन कर पाएगा मार्केट में? नहीं. तो उसको क्या चाहिए? फॉर द सस्टेनेबिलिटी इकोनॉमिक सपोर्ट चाहिए. तो वो इकोनॉमिक सपोर्ट लेगा और मशीन परचेज करेगा, फिर वो मटेरियल बनाना स्टार्ट करेगा. उसकी कॉस्ट जो होगी पहले से कम हो जाएगी. तो हो गई कॉस्ट, अज्यूम कर लेते हैं दैट इज 150. अब प्रॉफिट पहले से 70 रुपीज हो गया, पहले था 20, अब हो गया है इसका 70 रुपीज. अब नाउ धीरे धीरे उसके कस्टमर इंक्रीज होने लगे. उसने कस्टमर को अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए वुडन बॉक्स में पैकिंग करके सेल करना स्टार्ट कर दिया. जब तक उसके 1000 तक पॉट थे तब तक तो ठीक था, लेकिन धीरे 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 उसकी डिमांड ज्यादा बढ़ने लग गई. जब लाखों में करोड़ों में उसकी डिमांड होने लगी तो क्या हुआ, वुडन बॉक्स के लिए लकड़ी मिलना मुश्किल हो गई. तो फॉर द सस्टेनेबिलिटी ही वांट्स ऑल्टरनेटिव मटेरियल फॉर पैकिंग. तो उसने ऐसा मटेरियल R&D किया जिससे एनवायरनमेंट को कोई नुकसान नहीं हुआ और नेगेटिव इफेक्ट भी नहीं पड़ा और उसकी कॉस्ट पहले से कम हो गई, दैट इज 120 अज्यूम किया जस्ट मैंने, और 100 रुपीज पर यूनिट उसकी क्या हो गई है, मार्जिन हो गया. इट मीन्स ग्रीन मैनेजमेंट अपनाने से उसकी परफॉर्मेंस इंक्रीज हुई है, उसका प्रॉफिट इंक्रीज हुआ है. Second object is to analyze the performance of selected companies on the return on capital employed and MV ratio, market value and book value ratio. Scope of this study. Next. I have selected goods companies because it is one core industries of the Indian economy. According to the revenue generation, dark green approach, I have selected two companies, Procter & Gamble and HUL, Hindustan Unilever Limited. Period of 5 years have been taken for this study. Moving forward, we now have statistical methodology. Research is based on secondary data. The financial data have been taken from the published annual report, and other sources is NSE, National Stock Exchange, for the market value. And the financial performance of the companies have been analyzed by ROC and MV ratio. Statistical values, arithmetic mean, standard deviation, coefficient of variation have been computed. And for further analysis, student t-test has been applied. Next hypothesis. null hypothesis, there is no significant difference between ROC and MV ratio, and alternative hypothesis that there is a significant difference. Performance is next. Performance is evaluated through ROC and MVA. ROC, it means net operating profit and capital employed, and MVA, it means market capitalization minus net worth. Market capitalization, it means किसी company के अगर number of equity shares 1 lakh है और market value अगर 500 है, तो market capitalization, it means 1 lakh into 500. Next, data interpretation. As you can see in slide, actual profit has decreased in 2020-21. Reason could be COVID-19 effects and diversity of the product. And on the other hand, P&G average of ROC and MV ratio is more than HUL. Moreover, application of CV shows that P&G is more stable company than HUL. Company next. Companies are facing challenges. Despite these challenges, more and more goods companies are recognized the importance of good sustainability and environment responsibility. Summary of findings and conclusion. Return on capital employed and MVA during the period continue to be healthy performance. And finally, it can be safely concluded that both companies have generated value for the shareholder. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, Dr. Rekha Jain, your presentation was very lucid and you explained it with examples. It was very effective. So now the next presenter we have is Dr. Renuka Sharma. Dr. Renuka Sharma is the Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, ABST, SS Jain Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya, and her topic is a pragmatic study of investment attitude. Dr. Renuka Sharma.
Good afternoon, everyone presented here. My name is Dr. Renuka Sharma, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, ABST, from SS Jain Subodh PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya. Today, I am presenting a research paper on topic, a pragmatic study of investment attitude. My paper covered the following topics. Next slide. Selection of topic, objectives of the study, research methodology, data analysis, conclusion, suggestions, and the scope of future study. First, selection of topic. I have selected this topic because the investor willing to invest in various paths with the hope of higher expected returns with minimum degree of possible risk. All investments are risky. An efficient investor with a proper exercise can reduce the risk and maximize profit. Investors have a lot of investment options for saving. This risk and return available from each of the investment differ from one to another. The investors expect more return with relatively lesser risk. No pain, no gain. It is a golden principle of investment management. Now, objective of the study: to provide awareness among people about various investment avenues available to them, to analyze how the people are investing their savings. Through which channel are these savings being channelized? To study the awareness level of the people about the financial services being offered in the market today. Analyzing whether the people are investing in this right kind of security and investment options that are available to them Now, keywords are investment, risk, return, savings, securities. Research methodology. For this study, a cluster of 200 respondents were taken. Questionnaire to gather respondent information and their profile were made and were got filled through personal interaction with the respondent by the meeting them personally, asking the questions over the phone at the time, getting response through email. The informations are collected on the basis of sex, age, occupation, educational qualification, annual income, influence on the investment decisions, awareness and uses of financial planning services. Following are the analysis of the research paper. According to gender profile, female were 13% and male were 87%. Age profile, less than 25 years, 4%, 25 to 30 years, 25%, 30 to 40 years, 42%, 40 to 45 years, 16%, and more than 45 years, that is 13%. According to occupation, business 23%, business class log 23%, salaried person 6%, professional 8%, homemaker 5%, and others are 3%. According to educational qualification, the investors are interested undergraduate 19%, graduates 41%, postgraduate 24%, and professional are 16%. Annual household income, who's less than 5 lakh, 39%, 5 to 10 lakh, 31%, 10 to 20 lakh, 19%, and more than 20%, only 11%. Conclusion. The report Conclusion, in rural and urban area, there are very, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was indeed very nice. So now the last presenter of the day. Before inviting the last presenter of the day on the dais, I would request the repetitors of session 1 and session 2 to kindly submit your reports for the sessions to me. It will be easier for me to present a master report tomorrow, because tomorrow again I'll have to collect for session 3 and 4. Then there will be shortage of time to wind up. If it is possible, kindly do submit it today itself. Thank you so much. So now the last presenter of the day is Ms. Srishti Sharma. She's the lecturer of English, and at the same time, she's the research scholar of Department of English from Banasthali Vidyapeeth, while she's the lecturer in the same college, SS Jain Subodh Mahila Mahavidyalaya, and her topic is changes in English language and grammar, impact of technology. That sounds really, really interesting. So I invite Ms. Srishti Sharma on the dais.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the kind introduction. And a pleasant afternoon to everyone, the delegates on the dais and respected faculty members. As you all know now that the topic of my paper presentation is changes in English language and grammar, impact of technology. So in recent years, we have seen the impact of technology in all spheres of life. It has also affected the language and its usage. So through this paper, I tried to analyze the increasing effects of technology on the English language and grammar. The objective of my study was to find out the new changes taking place in the English language caused by the impact of the use of technology and the internet in the daily electronic communication with the use of different types of social media devices such as WhatsApp and Facebook chats, Instagram memes, and web series. Language is the medium of communication and English is the lingua franca, a language that is used for communication across the globe. It is a language of science, education, business, politics, the internet, and the social media, and whatnot. English is omnipresent and at the same time inevitable to a large extent. The 21st century is the age of technology and is impacting every domain of our lives, and so is the effect on language. English is growing and varying vigorously over the globe through the rapid use of technology. With the emergence of new technologies, the English language and its standard grammar have gone through some radical changes. On the one hand, where the advent of technology has empowered effective communication and dissemination of knowledge, resulting in new dialects and vocabularies, making communication a simple thing, we can see the positive impacts of technology on language as improved language learning, better and improved communication, creative expressions, and coinage of new technical terms. But on the other hand, people have brought into the play the language of internet and social media, leading to the evolution of new formations of languages, such as the use of distorted spelling, slang terms, phrases, contractions and fragments of sentences, abbreviated languages, code mixings, the violation of the rules of standard grammars, leading in erasing the lines between the formal and informal language, which extremely overshadows the youths. Let me give you an instance of the same. For instance, in the WhatsApp language, we write good morning or good night in the acronyms or in the distorted spellings, rather than writing GOOD, good, and then morning, MORNING. We are writing it like GD, and then we are just excluding the vowels from the spelling somewhere. Okay. Next, if we talk about the acronyms and the abbreviated forms, we are using POV for the point of view, TTYL for talk to you later. So the impact is such that even the students who are, writing the answers in the notebooks or some writing the notes, they in their subconscious minds are writing those distorted spellings over there. For example, for the word you, YOU, they are just writing the letter U. So this is the impact. And with an upswing in digital communication, technology has accelerated various changes in the spelling and grammar of the language. If you look at the language usage in contemporary Indian web series or social media memes, it is abusive, destructive, and handicapped. If we talk about the code mixing, okay, now what is code mixing? Code mixing is a process in which two or more languages are mixed or used to attain a common goal. For instance, we are using such phrases like Meri Mrs., guard ki job. So these are the instances of code mixing. An instance of the same can be the songs of Badshah and Milind Gaba, the former a popular Indian singer and rapper, and latter an Indian singer. The song names goes like she, move it like, or she don't know, which is in freezing, first of all, the subject verb agreement. It should be like she moves it like, or she does not know. Okay. So concludingly, I would like to say that it is evident that technology has remarkable impact on the use of the modern English language. This tendency of using the internet and social media is expected to continue in the nearest and far future, introducing new forms of language like NetSpeak, text-speech languages, which avoid the use of standardized grammatical rules and syntactic structures. These new forms play the role of catalyst in changing the English language on the whole. By analyzing the facts, the impact of technology on English language draws our attention more towards the deconstruction of language rather than its evolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir, there is one presenter online. Can we take? Yeah, last one. Yeah, please, Dr. Nabila Qureshi and Yashashvi. Please unmute. Yes. Miss Yashashvi Parmar from University of Baroda.
Am I audible? Hello.
Yeah, please continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yashasvi Singh Parmar, student of Faculty of Social Work, the Maharaja Sayajirao University. The topic of my research is problems and challenges concerning with the women traffic police officers and their quest for identity. With the increase in urbanization and industrialization, many municipalities around the country are facing a very speedy growth in the number of vehicles, leading to serious traffic congestion problems in many streets of various cities. Having this objective, the study was concerned with 45 women traffic police of Vadodara, Gujarat. The quest prevailed the way of presenting descriptive research, study to explore the ground qualities of the problem and challenges faced by women traffic police. A semi-structured interview schedule was used in the study. These are the objectives: to find out the challenges faced by women traffic police of Vadodara, which included physical challenges, psychological challenges, socio-economic challenges, to explore the work-life balance of the women traffic police, and to find out the government support mechanism for the women traffic police. Here's the significance and research methodology. Limitations and research ethics were followed, as during the on duty of the respondents were 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Therefore, the responses were collected on duty. These are the major findings. Some demographic profile of the women officers. Major findings: highest number of respondents were facing breathing issues due to pollution. Lack of availability of hygienic and separate female washrooms in and around their duty were very less. Findings on psychological challenges: they lack in decision making, they have very less motivation towards their job. They also feel less responsible, as they feel discrimination against the male officers. Then we have socio-cultural challenges. Findings regarding the government support mechanism: the majority of the respondents are aware of the women protection schemes. Respondents are aware of women rights, that is very important. Respondents are aware of POT schemes. So very less respondents were aware of POT schemes, though they are working as a women traffic police, which is very important in their profession. These are the two case studies which consist of the problems and challenges, which depicts the problems and challenges these women faced. Coming to the conclusion, majority of the female officers have done their job because of the financial need of their family. Gender discrimination is being noticed in terms of the promotional and job responsibilities. Traffic rules and sensitization among the civilians and especially youth can be done to have sensitive behavior towards these female officers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So overall, the day was very exciting, full of knowledge, full of information. We had 2 technical sessions. So for winding up, for the formal closure of the session, I would request the chairperson, Professor Gaurav Lodha sir from Manipal University, to kindly come up and summarize the session. Professor Gaurav Lodha.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. I think most of the things I've already said. So I would like to thank Professor S.S. Modi Saab for giving me this opportunity to be here as the assistant chairperson for this wonderful session. I'm not going to take up your long time, but I would like to say a few things that is very essential, I believe, that should be taken care, and that is very important for all of us to take care while we are doing research. I believe that research is always looking for something which is not explored. And actually, when we look into the research, it is painful that in a report of Times of India, it is being published that 80% of the research in India is useless. So that is the point, that is the pain area. That is the point that is to be taken care of. That is the point that is to be addressed. Research should be in such a way that the outcomes that we are coming up are not only exclusive, but are also contributing something to the society. In today's time, we have a lot of facilities available with us in which we can collaborate, by which we can do the best part of the research. We have a number of options available with us in which we can do the research activities. In today's session, I find that things were amazingly presented by the students. The efforts made by the students were fantastic. But yes, there is a long way to go in terms of quality research. Most of the thing that is being done in research is usually descriptive kind of research. I don't say that descriptive research is bad, but yes, unless you're coming up with something very unique out of the descriptive research, the purpose of the descriptive research is not actually met. Analytical research is another domain which is also required to be done very carefully. It never means that if you are taking some analytical research, the research is going to be good. The important thing is that how relevant the outcomes of that analytical research is. So hardly matters we are writing a concept paper, hardly matter we are writing an analytical paper, hardly matter we are writing a research paper which is based on literature review only. If the outcomes and findings of the research are really true and really in the context in which it is required to be addressed is taken care of, the research becomes really fruitful. So with this, I would say that the efforts made by all the presenters were fantastic. The effort made by INSPIRA is always appreciable. And yes, the SS Jain Subodh Mahila PG College has really done a wonderful job in which the opportunity is being provided to all the researchers, all the academicians over here to present their papers in a good way. With this, I conclude my remark. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your, the suggestions you have given to the researchers, to the budding researchers and academicians are truly worthy. Thank you so much, Professor Gaurav Lodha from Manipal University. So with this, we conclude today's session, session 1 and session 2. So tomorrow with session 3, session 4 and the valedictory program will meet again. Supposingly we'll be meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow, but please see to it if it is 8:30 तो आप मुझे नहीं कहिएगा कि आरती ने 9 बजे बोला था. I think it is 9 o'clock we are meeting tomorrow. So thank you so much. We'll suspend for today. Thank you once again.